All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Yes, indeed. Happy Friday, everybody. We made it. A little fast break Friday for you. A little flop shot Friday. Forechecking Friday. A football Friday. How we doing?
What is happening?
Nice to see you this Friday.
Hello. Happy Friday, everybody. We made it. Another week down.
Another week down. One step closer to changing our clocks again.
Yeah, when is that going down? Is that tomorrow?
Sunday.
Saturday night into Sunday?
Yep.
What time does it happen? Like 3 o'clock in the morning?
It's like a 2 a.m.
2 a.m. You jump. So at 2 a.m. it becomes 3 a.m.? So you go 1:59, 3.
3.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited about moving forward. Although we will lose an hour of sleep. That sucks. But when you're giving me a taste of a little bit more sunshine during the day, I'm all for it.
You're trading it off to have more sun, right?
Yeah,
to have a later sunset?
Yeah, and I feel like, I don't know. I'm curious how this one goes. Like, he was so young. Teddy Ballgame was when the last one happened last year. I don't feel like there's that big of a difference. Like, he's going to sleep the same amount of time, and instead of waking up at 7:15, it'll just be 8:15, and it doesn't really change your day that much, but I'm curious how it all goes.
It's kind of an overrated talking point, I think, with kids. Like, I remember moments being young and having to go to bed when the sun was kind of still out.
Sure.
And then I just didn't. And my mom like, go to bed. And I'm
Right.
like, I'm not tired.
No,
The sun's out.
It's 8:30. It's still bright outside. I'm not going to sleep
You
yet.
guys had 8:30. I had 8:00. I
8:00.
wasn't in bed by 8 o'clock. It was
That was your hard bedtime, huh, as a
Dude.
kid? 8
yeah, it was
o'clock
like
in the room?
9 years old.
I'll go a step further. I might have been 9. And my mom, for like one of the years, I think she had just had it with being a single mom of 2.
I'm so tired of this.
Ours was 7:30.
7:30. Get out of here.
And in June, and like May, June, when you're still in school, 7:30 is insane.
It is that is early
And
for still being in school.
I would just lay there, and I'd be in the room, and I'd hear her watching TV. I wouldn't be going to sleep.
What
This
the
is
hell?
ridiculous.
She just didn't want to deal with you anymore. Just get out of the room.
She just wanted to get high and watch television, unwind for like a couple hours.
Look, that is I will admit, one of the best superpowers that I think a parent has. Not really a superpower, but the abilities that a parent has of just being like, go to bed. Go to bed. I know you're not going to go to sleep. Go run around your room in circles, tire yourself out. I'm not dealing with you anymore. I'm locking you in this small space. I don't have to worry about you. I know you're not going to go to bed for 2 hours, but you're out of my hands now.
Yeah, it is funny though when the kid's like, "No,
No,
and
I'm
you're
not
like,
going to
well,
do
I don't
it.
know what to do here. Shut the door."
I was listening to I was on Pardon My Take a couple weeks ago. They had a line where Big Cat was like, I put my kid down, and he's now got to the point where he tells me, if you close the door, I'm going to scream at the top of my lungs.
Oh, man.
And he's like, there's nothing that I can do. I can't lock the door. He's old enough to now open the door.
Dude, that's kind of an evil child.
That is a bit evil.
My kid will disagree with
Yes.
me. She's not threatening to scream at the top of her
Sure.
lungs.
And when I hear that, I'm like, is this what I'm in store for? Is this what kids nowadays do?
I mean,
there's no recourse?
Yeah, I was going to say, is it a timeout or is spanking not kosher anymore? Because back in the day, if a kid's screaming...
Oh, dude, I would never say
on
that to my
purpose,
parents.
yeah.
Lock the door. Close the door and I'm going to scream, Mom.
Look, we can all disagree on certain elements of parenting. To answer your question, I don't believe spanking is a
No, it's
thing
not
anymore.
allowed
It's not
anymore.
okay,
No.
yeah.
I don't do it.
No hands on the backside.
You do it?
No. Well, we're not really of the age of
I
spanking
was like,
yet.
yeah, that's... I hope not.
No, you think spanking early in life is good, huh?
I'm not. No, I'm actually
Are
against.
you advocating for 2-year-old spanking
No.
over there? You pro 2-year-old spanking?
I
guys
got
were
my
spanked,
ass whooped
right?
at 2
Yeah,
years
it's like,
old.
I
See, I don't remember it. I don't remember anything until I was like 4. So maybe I did, but I don't
I'm
know.
going to tell you right now. They told me it was happening.
Sure. I remember more when I was a kid I don't remember a lot of times actually getting spanked. It was more about the threat and the belief that it could
Fear,
possibly
yeah.
happen that always kind of
That's
kept me
'cause
on
you
the
had
straight
good
and narrow.
parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you knew that if you did something like that, I'm going to scream if you close the door. Like, this is not going to go well for me, and so I'm not going to do that.
I had like a weird, I had to face my mom as my stepdad did it.
Oh, God.
And I would just be in tears, and my mom would just stare at me, and then I'd go to my room.
Was
Hide
it
in the
belt or
closet.
stick?
I'm gonna go hide behind some clothes in here.
Dude, I would hide under shoes,
Just
man.
get me out of here.
It's like, just shut the door, leave me alone.
Look how you turned out. You turned out all right. Look at
Totally
you.
normal.
You're doing fine.
There's nothing wrong with me.
All right, I'm gonna spank the hell out of my kid. All right, lesson of the day.
Look at it.
They turn into Sprague.
Look, I got whipped on my bare ass in
You
front of
did.
my mom, hid in a closet out of fear of more domestic violence.
Yeah.
You're hosting a show with me.
Look at that.
We got to the same space.
We turned out okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Different strokes for different folks, man. Doesn't mean you're going to turn out a certain way.
Without hearing that segment or that portion of that show you listen to, what I would say, though, off the top,
yeah,
all these kids, they act up in different ways, right? If you tell me that that's what Teddy Ballgame does to you, I'm not going to lie to you. I will be thinking brat.
Yeah.
Absolute.
Yeah, we got a problem on our hands.
Spoiled ass little brat to be threatening. I'm going to scream if you shut this door. Like, what?
Especially when you get to a certain age,
That's
because
wild.
To your point, like, it sucks going to bed early, but when you get to a certain age, like, you can entertain yourself. You don't have to go to sleep.
Yeah,
nobody's
that's what I
like,
used to do when
nobody's
it was
standing over your bed like, close your eyes. Like, that's not the way that it goes.
Yeah,
they just didn't want me to be loud.
Yeah, you're just in your room. You read a book.
Exactly.
I mean, hell, kids these days probably all have iPads in their room. Like, there's ways to entertain yourself. Once you get to a certain age, like you can have a video game console or something in there. Just go sit in your room. You're going to be just fine.
Yeah, in those 7:30 bedtime days, we'd shut our door. I would just shoot on the Nerf hoop.
Yeah, you got a Nerf hoop up. You're getting some buckets in. You're playing a little NBA game in your room.
I'm sure my mom heard it, but
you're yamming on MJ. No
I
big
was
deal.
in my room and she got the alone time in the living room.
Scottie Pippen, I'm open. Scotty, hit me in the corner.
For Teddy Ballgame, it's not the worst thing in the world, Dirt, to go back to like the video game consoles of our generation, because you still had to like learn finger dexterity to like succeed at them. Put a PS2 in his room. He can't connect to the internet. He's got classic games that are all good.
Well, how much do you care about the sleep versus the I just want the alone time thing? Because I think what Schultze's saying, you're not letting him do PS2 if you're really being serious about
a
actually
bedtime.
That's true.
Yeah, and there's a combination of both, and I think there's for now we're more worried about sleep. Like, you need to go to sleep, but we are now to the point where we put him down, and he's like yesterday for his nap. I'm pretty sure he ran like 37 laps in his crib, just back and forth. Was he trying to take a nap?
It's a marathon.
He's yelling, he's clapping, he's hollering, not in like a bad way. He's like singing and dancing, and it's hilarious to watch on the. Yeah, you're just watching it on the monitor, and then out of nowhere you get the. Plops down, and like 10 seconds later he's asleep.
Yeah, he ran himself
to sleep. And so as long as you're not crying, like you can kind of do whatever you want. So there's a balance there of like get it all out of your system, but you still need to get sleep. But once they get older, they start sleeping in. So if you go to bed later, especially if it's on a weekend, I'm okay with that, man. If you want to sleep in until 9:30 on a Saturday, I can't begin to tell you how excited I am to get to that point as a parent.
Side note, random question. I was just remembering playing the Nerf hoop a lot.
Yeah.
Like when games were on at night. That was basically how I played the most basketball. I played outside, but like it rained so much, I'd play on a Nerf hoop.
That's where you're gonna go.
This is really odd to admit, but when I used to play, I used to pretend I was a wingman for guys.
A wingman, like picking up chicks?
No. No, I'm playing basketball.
Okay.
Like I would pretend that I was on Akeem Olajuwon's team.
So you're the third fiddle?
And so I'd pretend that I was everybody, right? So
yeah.
I'd be Akeem in the post.
Well, you got to be everybody, yeah.
Who'd make a sick move but turn and then kick out to three to me.
You're open. Brandon Sprague's in the corner.
I'm the three-point shooter for Akeem Olajuwon.
Nothing embarrassing about that whatsoever.
I would never pretend to be the superstar guy.
No.
Little two-man game for Brandon Sprague with the actual superstar.
Humble beginnings. Look at you. Knowing your role.
I liked being a role guy early on. I was like, I would love to be Mario Ellie.
I was never the role guy. I was the star. I was the MVP.
No, I think most
I led the
people
team,
were. Right.
But that's actually a pretty... Ironically, if you talk to a psychologist about that, that's probably pretty healthy.
Is it?
You didn't have the hero god complex as a kid. You just wanted to be along for the ride.
I'm not.
You know Hakeem's dream shaking down there. You can't dream shake.
Right.
You're in the corner. You got your high socks on. You're going to knock down a three. That's your job.
I also knew Hakeem was a 7-foot black guy, and I was at most going to be 5'9" white guy.
See,
so
I had delusion. I thought I could get 6 foot. So
we're getting there, Schulte. Don't worry. All right. We're still climbing the ladder. There's still hope for us after all.
But, like Rex Chapman or Paxson or Kerr, like I saw those guys and was like, I could be that guy.
Just knock down the three. You're open.
John Crotty. I was
John Crotty.
I would take a backup white point guard role in the NBA.
Yes, and look, to kind of go against you.
Yeah.
Maybe not a hero complex in the I'm the guy pretending that I scored 45 against Jordan in my living room.
NBA Finals, I had 52, 17, and 12, man.
I'm
you
not
ever done that in a finals game?
I'm not going to pretend that in a big game 6 in the living room against nobody, Hakeem wasn't kicking out for me for the winner.
A lot of kickouts. I mean, Hakeem knows that when
double-teamed.
He's getting double teamed in the post, all the defensive attention is coming on him.
He needs Brandon Sprague to save him right
You're
now.
wide open. You're all. I mean, you got to make the right right basketball play, Hakeem's going to make the right play.
The funny thing was my imaginary lines, too, because I had a cutoff from the living room to our kitchen, and there was like one of those metal strips to separate the linoleum from the crappy carpet. And then also our TV entertainment center wasn't very big, but the end of it was my three-point line. Like I had set imaginary boundary lines in my living room using my furniture and my floor.
You know where it is. You know where to go on the floor for a three.
Yeah.
There's nothing weird about this whatsoever, dude.
Yeah.
It's just me in my basement every single day, running back and forth, yamming on people. Now, I do have I've always been curious to this because I hope, like my dad has mentioned over the years of how great of a kid I was for this reason, because I would just go like, I'm just going to go play basketball by myself and pretend to be the Blazers. And you don't plan anything. Like, what's he doing? Oh, he's just down in the basement running around shooting hoops again.
Yeah.
Or what's he doing? He's just out in the backyard throwing passes from Steve Young to Jerry Rice by himself with a helmet on. Oh, he's out there for 5 hours. All right, come in. It's dinner time. There was no planning, no work that was necessary because I was just playing sports. Do kids still do that?
My youngest does it far more than my oldest did. My oldest now is a teenager, so it's not the same.
No, because you grow out of it eventually.
But my youngest, I think one of the
didn't.
cooler.
15 years old, that was out of the driveway being like, I'm going to get there.
3,
Steve, pass me the ball.
2, 1.
That's different than like my youngest doesn't do that with sports, but she plays imaginary.
Okay. Yeah.
That's different than sports, though.
See, and that's where I'm curious if they do it with sports, because if you're into it, like when we were kids.
I think kids still do it. I just don't think it's the same. I don't think it's the same way we did it.
Okay.
We did it where we would pretend we're either going against the player we hate and want to beat, or we were playing with maybe said superstar player that we appreciated.
Yeah, I mean, I'd put on a full Blazer uniform and go out and just be a part of the team.
See, I didn't. I just pretended I was in uniform. I didn't actually have a uniform.
Oh, I had the warm-ups. I made my parents buy the warm-ups when we saw them on discount at G.I. Joe's.
The tearaway,
the tearaway pants.
But kids don't.
Dude, I would do like a legitimate like layup line to warm up for games with tearaway pants on, because you get jock jams going.
If you didn't do the Michael Jordan gum chew, and then hit a couple warm-up shots and pretend the camera's on and you're acting all super cool and you think you look just like Jordan.
There's a broadcaster voice in your head.
What are you doing?
He's warming up for Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Dude. All eyes on him.
You're doing the NBC theme song out loud as you're trying to pretend you're not making the noise. Intensely. Coming up next.
iPods came around, and when we got into high school, that may have been on in my ears. Just saying. I had a sports playlist that had.
Oh, I mean, I still do. I still rock jock jams. No big deal.
I don't think kids do it the same way. I think they play and they pretend that like.
I mean, I know pretend play happens, but I was always curious because when we were kids, the advent of, like, we played video games, they were around, but it's a lot different now. And that, I would imagine, I've always wondered if that was available earlier in life. If instead of doing that myself, I would have done like NBA 2K, and then you play with yourself as the guy. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Or I'm buying Madden, and instead of playing football in the backyard, I'm just like creating my character, and that's my guy. And I'm wondering if that is taken away from the pretend play that takes place, and it's been replaced by video game pretend play.
So I just saw this from Barkley. It's funny you mentioned this. Our buddy Ken Barkley just quote tweeted somebody that was like, how kids don't pretend play as much anymore. And Ken had said he had just experienced this with a friend of his kid, came over, and he goes, there's kids that will come over, and when my kids want to pretend play, the kids literally don't know what to do, or they play a board game, and the kid's like, what? Versus the kids who want to just be on screens the whole time.
Sure.
But there is some kids, like my kid will pretend play for hours.
Yeah, just keep going. Like
if she has a friend come over, 4 straight hours of just you hear them pretending, doing voices.
They're in the other room, and you're just like, you just knock yourself out, kiddos.
Just straight playing. Where other kids will come over and they'll be like, let's get on your iPad the whole time.
Let's play Candy Crush. Let's do, or whatever the game is.
Yeah, it's Roblox.
Roblox,
usually. But there's 2 different ways of playing for kids now. I think we definitely would have succumbed to the screen time had we been kids in a screen time era.
And the screen time was that good.
Versus we watched SportsCenter or games, and those were our heroes, and that was the closest we could get to the experience. Because really, when I was a kid, because I'm older than you and Schultze, when I was a kid, I think when I was like 13, 14 is when like Metal Gear Solid or like Blitz.
Yeah.
How
like
old were
the
you in
football.
05?
I graduated high school in 05.
Okay, yeah, so a little
I didn't have
bit
a cell
ahead
phone
of
until
that.
after high school.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Which is the way it should probably be.
It should.
A
Like, you
couple
should have
kids
the
had 'em.
ability to call, but you don't really need one.
A couple kids had them, but like we were still paying by like. I had 1 month where I borrowed my mom's phone to chat with girls.
Oh.
And I'd forgotten my mom was on a pay for it as it go plan, so like every text was 10 cents, and I had a $480 bill.
Oh, we all did that once or twice as a kid.
The amount of text messages I was sending to Shouties, it was like $480.
You're
Was
taking your
good.
shots. Just keep
Was
taking
good.
shots.
I just tell you right now, that
Keep
was
taking
not
shots.
that was not good for us in that moment.
No,
It was-
that didn't turn out too well for you.
we were so that was a bit of a problem. That was my cell phone experience in high school.
Yeah, you're cut off. All right, we're not going to have this until
You're not
after.
borrowing this
No,
anymore.
this is not happening. You are going to have to use landlines and pigeon carriers, and that's about all you got,
I know.
man. That's our only option.
Despite Sprague being a little bit older, I think we all kind of got apart. Anyone 30 to 40, we hit that sweet spot where like we had the PS2 or the Xbox that had really great interactive games that you still had to learn how to play. The dunk contest in the NBA Lives back then
Oh, yeah.
was insane. So we could spend a Saturday for 5 hours, messing around in the backyard, just playing imaginary, and then go in and play until 3 in the morning
Do it
on
continued.
NBA Live. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got the best of both worlds, I feel
We
like.
did, but I'll give you a count. I hated it. I hate we
The
go
advent of video game era.
I wasn't like anti, but like I go to birthday parties and my buddy had a trampoline
It turned into that, yeah.
with a net around it.
Oh.
And this was like the height of the WWF. And we used to like pretend to be WWF
Yeah,
wrestlers.
you're
We
body
did moves
slamming
on each
people,
other.
you're choke
Dude,
slamming,
we
people's
would
elbow.
suplex each other. We would do all kinds of things. Like, how did we not break each other's necks in retrospect?
You're lucky.
But when James Bond came out on the 64,
GoldenEye was a game
My
changer.
God.
First person shooter.
I hated it because they'd go in and they'd play for hours, and I used to just sniper rifle and walk around slowly. I'm like, Sprague, what are you doing? And I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's too many buttons. And I'd just be out by myself playing in a driveway shooting hoops.
I'll
for
just go
hours.
outside, guys. I'll see you later.
So
you guys
I kinda
have fun in
hated
here.
it. I didn't do dunk contests on NBA Live. I went out and lowered the hoop to 7.5 and had my own dunk contest.
I'm gonna go
There
do
you
it
go.
myself. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's you're right that when they came about, it did change childhood a little bit because I'm with Schultze where early on that wasn't really a thing, and then when you got to the age of like end of middle school is when it became more of a serious thing, and into high school, and it totally changed it, and the playtime and all that was different. I felt the same way you felt. Now these are totally different analogies. I was this way in college when I turned 21. I didn't like turning 21 was cool because then you didn't have to worry about like getting in trouble. That was the split of like everybody on a weekend. You didn't really go to a bar. You would just find buddies to hang out with. You go to somebody's
buy your own
house.
booze.
You'd buy your own booze, or you'd find somebody to buy booze for you, and that was like what you would do. And the second everybody turned 21 in the group, all you did every weekend was go to the bar, and I hated it.
Yeah.
It was you were with people you didn't know. It was crowded. It was expensive.
Yeah.
It wasn't like you could never recapture the magic that left the bottle of just like 12
being
guys
able to
sitting
go.
around
Yeah.
BSing, listening to whatever music you wanted to,
Yeah.
hanging out, drinking beers, or having a house party at your house. It was never the same.
No, it wasn't.
Once that can of worms was gone, you couldn't get it back.
All right. Well, we way over it here. Went a little long there on nostalgia, but
Hey.
that happens on a Friday. Happy Friday,
I
everybody.
hope Teddy plays pretend hoops and pretend football, man. I hope he does.
My oldest is going to be 10 soon, and I'll just she still does it every day.
Yeah.
Sometimes she'll ask me if I want to, and I've done it a little bit, but I'm like, God,
If it's sports related, I'll get
It's
out there,
not.
dude.
It's not.
Well, I know for you it's not.
you want to play restaurant?
No, I don't want to eat another sandwich.
But like when she's doing it, I can hear her in a room or outside. I'm super happy and proud that she still does that because I see a lot of kids not
Yeah.
do that. They don't know how to do that.
I'll be Hideo Nomo.
A lot to get to today. Let's start in the association.
Let's do it.
We'll start there on a Friday. Dirt and Sprague 105.1, The Fan.
The Firm. a.m.
All right, welcome back in. A little long there in the first segment. Our apologies. Get more on the clock here. So yesterday, we had history made.
We did.
Were people even – this is a weird record.
I had no clue. I just would have
Yeah.
assumed that we were already there because he passed him in all-time scoring.
Right.
And then you remember three-pointers, a little bit different.
Yep.
Takes more field goals to get there.
Yeah, LeBron yesterday against the Nuggets. The Lakers played the Nuggets. Ended up being a great basketball game. Broke Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's NBA record for field goals.
Yes, which will never be broken. How many more does he have a chance at? Is there anything else?
How many more records?
Yeah. Is anything else on the horizon
He's
for
not
him?
going to break the assist record. He's not going to set the three-point record.
No.
Unless there's like, I think, is he already past the games played?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, he's 4,000 assists away from John Stockton.
He's not going
to.
to.
That's not happening.
Talk about untouchable stats.
That's
John
one.
Stockton's assist record's probably never going to. It's probably the new scoring record.
Just shy of 16,000.
Because the three ball, you're right on the three ball evolution of the sport. Like if you get some kind of weird hybrid in 15 years of a LeBron Steph type player, maybe Wemby. If Wemby can stay healthy, if you get that kind of player,
yeah.
Maybe if they can have a long, lengthy career, the way medicine's evolving, the Achilles injury starting to not be as detrimental, I think, to people's careers as it once was a couple years ago.
Right.
There's a shot. The assist record is just
no.
It's such a different type played game. It's
Yes.
hard to get to that number.
So much more one-on-one play and ISO basketball and usage rate and all that. On the all-time games played point, yes, he is literally on the brink of passing it. He's like 5 games away. Robert Parrish is the all-time leader.
That's who it is, Parrish. That's
1,611, and LeBron is 1,606.
So he'll pass that one. That's the next record. And I think after that, unless there's a playoff record I'm unaware of, I think that's the last big record, if you'd even say big. But you know what I mean? Like one of the major records, I guess, in the sport.
Yeah, the scoring one and the field goal one, and look, you never want to say never. To your point, you could get some 7-foot freak that does it for 30 years
and is able to
stays
stay healthy
and
yes.
doesn't. I have a hard, and I'm sure people said this with Kareem, so that's the beauty of breaking records. When he set that, and he was a 7-footer that had a shot that nobody could block. Nobody's ever going to score more points than this guy. The idea of having somebody break in at the age of 18 and play this long, and that's how long it took him to break this record.
Well, you need a Cooper Flag-like guy, a guy who reclassifies, gets in the NBA at a young 18.
So they're an 18 as a rookie, and then they have a 24-year NBA career without ever really missing. He had
1 year with the Lakers
1
where he
year.
had the groin injury.
And he played 45-ish games.
Yeah. I think that was his first year.
Outside of that, he played 55 in year one. Then it was the COVID year, and they won the bubble title. He played 67.
Well, that was a weird season.
That was a weird season. And then it was 45 games the next year.
Yeah, right.
Outside of that, his other low is that 55. Every other year of his career has been north of at least 70 games. He had 1 year in Cleveland where he played 69. Nice. 1 year in Miami where he played 62.
Yeah.
Every other year is in the 70s or 80s.
Yeah, and the Miami year was a little bit of load management, I would imagine. The Cleveland year,
probably.
I don't recall, but he is one of those. He gets thrown in. Somebody was randomly on our Twitter account like a week ago and was like, he doesn't even play. That's why he's not even better than Kobe all the time. And I'm like, dude, just literally look up his career.
He played 82 games right
plays.
before the Lakers' tenure started.
plays.
His final season in Cleveland, he played every game.
He plays basketball. The whole Kawhi load management thing getting thrown on him is so wildly stupid. It just takes 5 seconds to look this up.
That's just throwing a carpet over the whole problem and saying, well, all these guys do it.
I think you can make an argument that the assists is more untouchable than the scoring.
You think so? You're not wrong. I think they're both untouchable, though. That's where I would say. I have a hard time seeing anybody do this because of the.
But we also said that about Kareem. There was a video about T-Mac about 5 years ago when he was on ESPN. And they're like, do you think he can break Kareem's record? And he was like, he'd have to average 20 a game for the next 5 years. No. I think he's great, but no.
41 years old.
He ended up going till he was about 40,
yeah.
41.
He's going to shatter the record because he's still playing. He might play another year after this, too.
He's playing one more year.
And when he broke the record, was that 2 years ago or was that last year that he broke it?
No, it was 2 years ago.
Was it? So he's already a season plus past the record, not to mention what he might still add up. It's just the idea of his longevity is mind-boggling, and it's so rare in that sport.
Yeah.
Because when you look back, and I remember bringing up the stat of guys from this was after Chris Paul retired because he was cut, and then he announced he was retiring. Everybody's like, yeah, we saw that coming. 2004 draft, LeBron's the only guy left in the league. 2005 draft, it was only Chris Paul, and now he's out of the league. I remember reading through the years. It was like 2006, there's nobody left. 2007, there's nobody left. There's like one guy from 2008, one guy from 2009, and you're talking 5 years after he was drafted. So, like, from the 5 years following him being taken as the number 1 overall pick, there's like 2 guys left in the NBA. It's not just, he's the only guy left from his draft class. He's the only guy left from his era of coming into the league. How long ago did Carmelo Anthony retire?
Carmelo
4 years ago, 3 years ago,
about, something like that. Yeah,
right. Dwayne Wade's been out of the league for a minute,
Yep.
so it's like these are guys that came into the league with him in the same draft, and they've been
now
out.
They're broadcasting his games.
They're broadcasting his games. He's still playing. There's a rarefied air to that nature of it that I am on top of the way that we usually handle stars nowadays, where guys will miss chunks of games, or chunks isn't the right word, but you'll sit guys and be smart about when you're going to play them and all that. I don't know, man. You never say never, because to your point, we said it when Kareem broke the record. I just don't see anybody touching either of those ones.
Of the top 27 players to have all-time assists, there are 6 players actively on the list.
Okay.
Can you name
6 players in the top 20 of assists? Is that what you said?
27 assists all-time. Top 27.
Russ?
Well, I know LeBron's on there.
Correct.
Russ is on there.
Russ is the next one behind LeBron. He is 7th all-time.
Okay. We're missing an assist. Is there another obvious point guard?
I would
is
say
Mike Conley still in the
Mike
NBA?
Mike Conley is 25th. He is on the list,
Okay.
yes. But there's 2 above Mike Conley.
Hmm.
One of these guys is a really low minutes, role player, and the other is still a high-level player that was just recently traded.
Ooh.
Chris Paul doesn't count, right, since he's
Nope.
technically retired.
Is James Harden on the list?
James Harden would be
Yeah.
after Russell Westbrook. He is 12th all-time behind my guy GP.
And another guy that's not playing
You
very
won't guess
often.
it. Kyle Lowry is 19th.
Ah, yeah. I didn't
And
even know he was
him.
still in the NBA.
After that, I think he's back in Philly.
Okay.
And then after that, Steph Curry and Drew Holiday.
Hey, our guy Drew Holiday.
He's 27th.
Blazer legend.
Yes.
Encroaching on the top 25 of all
Yes,
time.
Absolutely.
Look at him.
Other than that, I really think you make the argument this record will not get touched.
No, the assist
scoring
one,
one,
nobody will touch him.
I could see it take a lot. The assist one, don't believe it will.
It's also we're to the point of like how many more years is he actually going to play, and how wide is that gap going to get? Because it's not just that he's broken the record; he is now re-breaking the record every time he scores a point. And so if he plays for another 2 years, like he's going to end up head and shoulders clear above Kareem.
Underrated, by the way, thing that hasn't been talked about with him that's not basketball related. You guys notice this year he's embraced the bald.
Yeah, he's finally leaning into it.
He's not doing the fake hair on the top. He's just shaving.
It's about
it.
time, man.
I mean, yeah, it is about time, but he's embraced it.
Yeah, you got to look. It takes a long time to get there.
Yeah.
It's something that I'm facing in my day-to-day life. It's not an easy thing to handle, LeBron. You and I, very
Yours is
simpatico.
different than his, though.
Well, he's on national television
His
every
is
night,
Tiger.
and I'm not.
His was Tiger Woods.
It definitely disappeared rapidly.
I think you start seeing people giving crap to guys like Jaylen Brown, and then LeBron's like, okay,
Yeah.
okay, I'm not
But
going
Brown
to
is
be
at
that
least
guy.
embracing it
Yeah.
even. Brown's shaving his head.
Well,
He's
now
not
he
trying
is,
to grow
yeah.
it out, and he's shaved his head, and eventually he'll be bald.
Well,
but
it took being relentlessly shamed on
mocked
national
on the
television.
internet.
Endlessly.
Television.
I mean, to the point, too, by the way, on the scoring record, so I was just curious. So Kareem's record was 38,387 points.
Yeah.
That was the record that Kareem set, which was Karl Malone was the only other one that came within sniffing distance of it, but he was never going to get over the hump because the end of his career wasn't the same.
Yeah.
LeBron's already 5,000 points clear of him.
Yeah.
So it's not that's he's scoring like, well, let's say how many points did he score last year? Last year he scored 1,700 points in how many games did he play? 70 games.
I'm not suggesting that we're going to see it. I just would say,
Because like,
of the
what's
two
that number going to
records-
get if he plays for another year? Which I think we imagine he will at least play one more year. I mean, he's going to be north of 45,000 points. You're almost 10,000 ahead of Kareem.
Yeah, and LeBron for all those years is 4,000 assists behind Stockton. He's almost
Yes.
done. Westbrook is almost 6,000 behind. He's almost done.
Yeah.
Harden's almost done.
Yeah, they're not gonna
Lowry's
get- yeah.
done. Like Conley, Curry, Holiday.
That guy just doesn't exist. It'd be really fun if
It
that
doesn't
player
exist.
existed. That was like, well, how many points do you average? 8 a game, but I'm averaging 13 assists. And I'm just running the show and dishing dimes.
Andre Miller, 13th all time.
52 points, never forget.
Damn right, dude, without jumping. All right, this guy is back. What does it mean? Next on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
This update brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, and a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. First on the Fan, Blazers back in action tonight, wrapping up a 5-game roadie in Houston, though. Chris Murray questionable, Denny Avdia doubtful because of those lingering back issues. The Rockets 6.5-point favorites. Tip-off set for 5 p.m. on KATU Channel 2.2. Over to the Diamond. Japan getting their first win in the World Baseball Classic, crushing Chinese Taipei 13-0 this morning. Shohei Ohtani, of course, leading the way with 3 hits, including a grand salami. The United States, though, kicking off their Classic tonight against Brazil in pool play. First pitch for that one set for 5 p.m. on Fox. A couple NFL moves. The Houston Texans signing defensive end Danielle Hunter to a 1-year, $40 million extension after finishing the year with 15 sacks. And after losing Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley this offseason, the Niners hiring former Bears coach Matt Eberflus as a defensive assistant. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultze from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Sports Saturday with Joe Fish.
I got a wild story on the East Coast. I don't know what we're doing here. We are stopping incredibly smart people from operating. I will tell you what that is coming up. We'll get to some football stuff at the top of the hour. Your beloved Blazers are back in action tonight.
Taking on the Rockets.
But we got a Tatum return today.
We do.
Shams put that out after our show yesterday, that he is going to make his debut against the Dallas Mavericks, who I believe are expecting Cooper Flagg to come back as well.
Did he play?
He
I think he played last night.
Yeah.
18 points in limited action.
Thank you.
They damn near beat the Orlando Magic.
I did not watch that game.
I did not either.
I watched Spurs Pistons on League Pass.
Yes. Not feeling great about my Pistons right now.
Well,
I know they're still the 1 seed, but they've taken a couple on the chin. You know, almost losing to the Cavs without their two best players, and then losing to the Cavs with guys back, and then the Spurs kind of handled that game.
Well,
yesterday.
their big deal is like if Cade doesn't have it.
Who's your number 2 scorer?
Yeah,
Who's the guy you
that's-
lean on offensively?
That's my only reason of being out on them. They're an amazing group. They play really well together. I think you lack that firepower at number 2. Duran's really good, but I don't believe he's number 2.
Could be an offseason where they go try and find that guy.
Well, and they also lost Asor Thompson in that game.
Yeah.
He left with an ankle injury. So let's see. Does Tatum change the East to you? Do you think he's going to have that kind of impact in this short a time?
It can, certainly.
Yeah, because I was talking to Schultze before you got in this morning. It is jarring to me that the hockey trade deadline is with 10 games left in the regular season.
Yeah, it's still going on right now. The negotiations are still happening. They're flying around the league. Isn't it wild? I don't know, and this is not, I should know this off the top of my head. I don't know if they delayed it for the Olympics this year because you took, not a month off, but you took 3 weeks off of your league in the middle of the season.
I don't remember.
And so I think that's why it's so late. It is a little bit later usually than the NBA, but if I remember correctly, I feel like it's not usually this late in the league.
You are correct.
They just were kind of in a weird spot where it's like, do you have it before the break or you can't have it during the break?
Yeah.
Then you have it after the break. And
Right.
so it's kind of one of those outlier years for them. The Eastern Conference is wide open.
Right, but the chemistry aspect is what I was going to highlight. The chemistry from a trade in the NHL, no different than bringing back. I know a lot of those guys have played with Tatum, but how is he going to fit into the fold? What are his minutes going to be? I'd imagine he starts with a low amount of minutes per game.
You got 20 games to go, I think, in the regular season for Boston.
I'm kind of curious about this because there are some people seeing this going, Boston's the favorite now. And maybe I'll be there seeing him play and see how he looks post the Achilles. But that was an injury he suffered last season, and he's back in this regular season.
Yeah, 10 months, I think, right, from the Achilles tear?
About that, yeah.
About 10 months from when he went down. Yeah, I think part of the belief in them is a couple of things. One, the East is wide open. Indiana won it last year and came out of nowhere. And so if Indiana can do it last year, we've already seen Boston do it multiple times. And the folding of a guy back in, I think it's usually a concern that I would have of, like, how long does it take you to gel? Although James Harden's kind of flown in the face of that in Cleveland because they've been outstanding with him playing and when he's in the lineup. It's just like they played together for so long. There's not that many new faces on the roster. And the most important thing for Boston is they've had their best player healthy and having a great year all year, and that is Jaylen Brown. And so now they get their Robin back, and I'm sure they're excited to have
the other guy doesn't think he's the best player. He thinks he's the best player. You know what I mean?
Like, get that Robin back.
Imagine if Chris O'Donnell thought he was Batman showing up to that movie. Wait, what?
It's not going to be the same. That movie ain't going to hit the way you thought it was. Yeah. We just talked about Detroit, and I do think for a lot of people, even though they're having a great year, they're going to be the 1 seed in the East. There's only 20 games to go, and I don't think they're going to blow a 5-game lead over Boston. But there's a lack of belief in them being a legitimate title contender for the exact concerns that you just pointed out. And so, like, do you trust New York more than Boston?
The funny thing is, if you go through the East, Boston has the title, but they're just getting Tatum back. So let's see what he is. But if Tatum is not right, I have questions about Boston.
How many games did it take him to get right? I think it's a question. Because I'm not expecting him to come out and be a world beater in the first week and a half back. But can you get 15 games under your belt and find your groove, and then maybe the minutes restriction is lifted come playoff time?
You can, but what's the rust factor, I think, going to be on the body? How, big are you going to be in crunch time, in clutch time?
Well, it's a good thing they still have their best player to lean on in those moments.
That's totally fine to have that opinion. I'm not going to argue against that opinion. My whole thing is like just the assumption that Tatum is close to what he was. I have my questions about Boston. The Knicks certainly are not going to be trusted by everybody. The Cavs have this thing about
James Harden, dude. He's their guy now in the postseason.
I think it's why people think maybe Philadelphia, if Embiid plays, could be sneaky here. They're going to get Paul George back. The Hornets are red hot and rolling right now.
They are.
And I don't think people think they're going to win the East. But
the Hornets winning the East would be incredible.
They're going to be annoying. What if they win the 7th seed, Tatum doesn't look amazing, and they get Boston round 1?
I mean, they just beat them by 20 the other night in the Garden.
I think the East, man, the West is what we talk about more because the obvious tie-in with our Blazers. You have the Thunder, the Spurs, the Wolves, Rockets, Nuggets, everything, right? The East is underrated, really fun, because you may think Wemby, Ant, or Jokic are going to take down the Thunder. I kind of need to see it, I think, to fully buy in on it. I look at the East and I go, I have no clue. I can think whatever I think about the Pistons. I have a bet on the Cavs to win the East, but I certainly understand not trusting that. The Knicks are this like really good team, but if Cat is being weird, they're not beating people. And just Tatum coming back throws a wrench into who the hell is going to win that conference.
Indiana last year, because I was just curious to remember it, they were the 4 seed in the Eastern Conference last year.
Remember the Knicks series? They had the famous game 1. The ball bounced 1,000,000 feet up and then dropped in to win.
Right.
One of the craziest
They kept having those
ever.
shots in those moments where you're like, how many are they going to get away with here? And they kept finding ways to win that game. I also look at it this year, and this might end up aging terribly, so remember it and laugh at me. I got a bit of a, and we didn't know it at the time, but it turned out being this NFC-AFC vibe to this.
Yes, I feel the same way.
The AFC is going to be fun. It's going to be entertaining because you could tell me 5 different teams like Philly. All right, sure, whatever. And Embiid's back dominating. Okay, you can sell that to me. Whoever's going to win the Eastern Conference will be a sacrificial lamb, I feel like, to OKC or Boston.
We said this last year.
We said it last year.
And
I
the
get
Pacers
it.
damn near. I'm not doing that anymore. I think the West top end is better, certainly, but
I think they have 2 best teams in the league, I think is the point I'm trying to make, and the 2 teams that I think deserve to be the favorites to win the championship.
That's fine with that opinion. I still would, whoever wins the East, I'm going to look at them and say, yeah, you got a shot.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see, but Tatum makes his return after his Achilles injury last season. Brilliant business move or shouldn't be allowed? We'll talk about it next on The Fan.
Congratulations.
A lot to get to in the second hour of the radio program. We roll on from the Eastern Conference. By the way, big news story came out at the very end of our show. We didn't have time to talk about it. We'll get to it. It involves a college basketball program that played a game yesterday. What a weird day to play a game.
They're still going, man.
How about this one? Are these just haters, or they got a good point? There is a New Jersey Girl Scout troop who have set up their Girl Scout cookie shop just outside of a cannabis dispensary in New Jersey to cash in on the munchies.
Good job.
Steaming mad senior leaders reportedly aren't sweet on the idea. The enterprising troop teamed up with Daylight Dispensary in Mount Laurel to sell treats near the shop's exit after regional leaders rejected the idea last year. People really upset at these girls and the dispensary for setting up the arrangement of the women or the little girls outside of the tables with the cookies as customers exit the facility.
Yeah, do we like capitalism or not? Okay, it's a simple question. Is it a yes or a no? Do we like capitalism? Do we support it or no? Why would we not be allowed to do this, and why do we frown on
I
this?
doubt it's a
I think if
grungy
anything,
spot.
we
It's
need to
probably
frown
a
on these cookies being sold because we got roped into the Girl Scout thing this weekend, walking around the neighborhood, and there was a troop across the street, and they started hollering at us, "Can you come buy cookies?" And we're like, all right, let's go make their day. Went over, bought some cookies. You know how long those cookies lasted?
A day.
like an
A
hour.
day.
Yeah. How do you not eat Thin Mints?
I think
all
on
in
the
an
walk,
hour?
the walk was about another 15 to 20 minutes, and I think on the walk I ate 4 of them before we even got home.
I mean-
they're all gone.
I think we have spent over $100 so far on the random Girl Scouts at our Fred Meyer and our daughter's friend who is a Girl Scout.
These are the drugs that we should be more concerned about because once you eat one, you cannot stop eating them. It's alarming how
is.
many you end up eating.
It is.
It's terrifying. They
And-
don't last in the house.
I'll say I don't know what chemicals they added to it.
They're delightful chemicals.
The caramel delights have been elevated a level this year.
A
to
little
the
more
point-
delightful.
Yeah, to the point where I'm debating, is it now better than the Thin Mint? I've tried all of them. I just had a lemonade one.
Sure.
By the way, not as lemony as you would think so, which I was disappointing.
Okay, need more lemon.
The caramel delight might be on the same level, if not surpassing the Thin Mint, but the Thin Mint ability of eating a Thin Mint is it melts.
Just
as soon
disappears
as
in
you
your
put
mouth.
it in your mouth, it melts. It's a little crumbly. It's delicious.
What's the peanut butter one?
Right.
Tag along.
Is that what they're
Tag
called?
along.
Yeah,
Tag
dude,
along.
that's what I bought, and
Yeah.
I ate the wife didn't even have one. I ate the entire box myself.
Well, would you be are you against this?
No, it's a brilliant idea.
You're okay
Why
with
would we
them-
frown on this?
Because they're outside of a pot shop.
Who cares? There's pot shops everywhere. Drive
know.
around Portland. There's one every other
And
block.
is it a grungy one? Because you can have one in a bad part of town. You can have one in a great
I'm
part of
looking at
town.
the
I'm
photo.
sure it's a
It-
nice suburb.
The one that
Doesn't
I
look like a grungy.
no,
There you
it didn't
go.
look like a
It's like
terrible
a
spot.
regular little pot shop.
Ironically, the one that we were walking through Selwood last weekend, and a beautiful day on Saturday, and that they were camped out in front of a coffee shop. The coffee shop happens to be about a block away from a weed shop. Now, it's not directly in front, but there's a weed shop. You take a left, there's a weed shop about a block over that way.
But they're partnered with the coffee shop. And
But they were in front of the coffee shop, and so
Just get around it, right?
Yeah, like if you're setting up a Girl Scout cookie table on 82nd in front of a weed shop, like we're probably going to have an issue here. But that's not because of the weed. That's because you're in a dangerous location, and I wouldn't advocate kids sitting out there
so
with cash selling things.
a weed shop in Selwood, you're cool with them setting up right outside.
Yes,
but
I think it's a
place on
brilliant
82nd,
idea. It's a little bit different.
Now you're discriminating against where people live?
There's weed shops in Lake Oswego.
People
There are
live off
right
82nd.
across from
They,
you know
they,
that, right?
they do,
So now
yeah.
they can't be posted up where they live?
It's not necessarily about that. It's more of I'd be worried about somebody stealing the money, having something go on because a lot of people pay for it in
What
cash.
if adults are with them?
I'm
Doesn't
just saying. I'm
matter.
just saying. I would not want Girl Scouts set up on 80. There's hookers that walk
Yeah, I
around
was
on
going to
82nd.
say the adults are going to stop the criminals from taking the money from the kids. No, someone's going to get hurt.
Look, it's very odd the position you guys are taking here, being anti-82nd business operation, but pro-Selwood. It's
I'm not
very
anti.
upper
Not
middle
anti
class
or
of you
pro
guys.
business. It's
For
not
kids,
that.
yes. For children.
I frequent
I was a
businesses
child.
on
I took the bus
82nd.
on 82nd all the time.
When you were a child, it was a lot better on 82nd than it was now, sir. Just saying. It wasn't good
I
then.
don't think
I
you
don't know
grew up
about
near
that.
Now it's
I don't know
I
about
don't think
that.
you
I don't
you
know
didn't.
if I agree with that take.
I lived in Clackamas at 18. I know what 82nd
You lived
is,
in.
bud.
You're a Clackamas baby. You're popping off about a road you know nothing about. sir.
You mean literally at the end?
We regularly used to talk to hookers on the bus.
It's a different time and place.
You
man.
lived in a place
It's a
called
different time and
Happy
place.
Valley.
No, I lived in the apartment next to the mall
We
and
didn't.
up the street. What's going on, Hooker? I talked to a couple of myself, brother.
Look,
It
I'm
was fun
completely
there.
fine saying it. If I have a
82nd
girl and
was
she's in Girl
better.
Scouts, I'm not letting her set up a table on 82nd. But any neighbor in front of a pot shop, I got no issues with that whatsoever.
All right, well, they're in hot water right now.
They shouldn't be in hot water. This is ridiculous.
Jake said there was a troop over there in one of the Eugene dispensaries basically like doing the same thing.
It's a brilliant idea.
So that is pretty smart.
When you're walking out,
I would eat 2 boxes of Samoas not stoned. Just give me a glass of milk and I would kill them. My wife wouldn't get one.
I'm
they
telling
don't
you,
really need to do
they've
it.
upped the profile of that cookie. It used to be really good. It's like maybe God tier above Thin Mint level now.
when do they stop? They need to go away. When is this over?
Soon.
It's got to be wrapping up relatively quickly,
It's always
right?
around
More
March
weeks.
Madness, right? It
Yeah.
kinda
Okay,
ends,
because I don't want to. We're going to be walking around again
Tired
this
of
week.
spending money?
Dude, stop. Move your tables away from me. Okay?
I'm too fat. I
I
have
don't need
self-control.
more cookies. And they're all excited. You buy it. They're all happy and eager. And
Yeah.
you're like, I just made their day, but now I'm just gaining 10 pounds.
We have a loaded second hour of the radio program. Dirt and Sprague back with more on 105.1 The Fan.
Hey there, it's Rob. You know, every winter.
and 1080 AM.
This update brought to you by Mountaintop Metal Roofing. No maintenance, energy efficient, fire resistant, and a lifetime warranty. Do it once, do it right. Visit mountaintopmetalroofing.com. First on The Fan, the Trailblazers back in action tonight in Houston to wrap up a 5-game road trip. Missing a couple of guys still. Chris Murray questionable. Denny Avdia doubtful because of lingering back issues. The Rockets a 6.5-point favorite right now. Tip-off set for 5 p.m. on KATU Channel 2.2. Over to the Diamond, Japan, getting a huge win in the World Baseball Classic in pool play. They crushed Chinese Taipei 13-0 this morning. Mercy rule in just 7 innings. Shohei Ohtani, of course, leading the way, 3 hits, including a grand salami. The U.S. kicking off their Classic tonight. It's up against Brazil in pool play. First pitch at 5 p.m. on Fox. And a couple of moves out of the NFL. The Texans re-signing, defensive end Danielle Hunter. It's a 1-year extension, $40 million after finishing the year with 15 sacks. And after losing Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley in the offseason, the San Francisco 49ers hiring Bears coach Matt Eberflus as a defensive assistant. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Heard missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the firm of Harris and Moran.
All right, welcome back in. Hour number 2. Dirt and Sprague here. Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday commute's going all right. A lot to get to in the second hour of the radio program. There's a follow-up on some NFL stuff going on.
A lot of chatter.
A lot of chatter. One team rumored to be interested in this star wide receiver. A little bit of the fallout from the DJ Moore trade that happened late in our show yesterday.
Yeah, that came across the wire at the end.
Barnwell put some numbers out, and I was like, wow. I have to reconsider how I feel about this. I love when smart people make me do that.
Yes.
But before we get going here in the second hour of the radio program, I would like to remind you, Jordan Schultz, and everybody else out there, including all of the hard workers on 82nd Avenue, Fan Madness is back. Join the Fan Thursday, March 19th, and Friday, March 20th for the 2 most exciting days of basketball out at Tom's Watch Bar at A. We'll be out there. The Firm, happy hour, prime time. Everybody's been hanging out throughout the day. Woo. Don't miss a minute of the action. Play hooky with the Fan for Fan Madness, brought to you by A, Window Nation, George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law, Cricket Wireless, and video only, March 19th and 20th at A.
2 weeks from today, we'll be doing the show live from the casino floor.
If you don't see a massage parlor where the windows cannot be looked through and they have
certain kind of signage out front, too.
A hand special on their sign,
Yeah.
You've never been on 82nd Avenue.
Big old foot on the picture as well.
I love back-to-back comments. Somebody said, "Oh, you candy asses." Where did this go? Clutching your pearls. The hookers aren't on 82nd when the Girl Scouts are out.
Yeah, you guys are crazy.
And another
dude.
one. So Sprague wants to pretend 82nd isn't an S-hole.
I mean, there's pockets of
that's
S-hole.
not all great. I'm just saying. Neighborhood plays a part.
There's also a delightful little food cart pot off 82nd.
There is. I got to start going to the Trader Joe's on 82nd.
That's the one I go to.
Dude, we're a big Trader Joe's family. They shut our Trader Joe's down, man.
Did they really?
Asbestos.
Oh,
ooh,
that's not good.
We were driving by yesterday. We saw 5 cars in the parking lot going one way. We're running some errands. And we're like, we made the same joke to each other, like, hey, nobody's at Trader Joe's. Let's go in. Because there was like only 5 cars in there. And then on the way back, we're like, wait, why are there news cameras out front in the parking lot? And they were digging up the old floors and putting some new floors in and found some asbestos in that bitch.
Look, there are pockets of 82nd. I will tell you, yes, you are not wrong. But I'm also the dog in that meme. I'll go to those pockets like, this is fine. This is good.
We're okay.
I'm supporting local business.
Nothing to see here.
Who doesn't want Chinese food for $3? Come on.
It is good deals, that's for sure.
I want to get to, this is a really random segment. Something I should have thrown at you.
Curveball, give it to me.
Might be catching you off guard.
See if my knees buckle.
By the way, great college basketball story. Not so great, but like crazy great. You know what I mean? Insane what popped out yesterday. And then the team had to play. We'll get to that in this hour. So I'm perusing through the college football landscape. You know spring ball starts next week.
Next week, Oregon and Oregon State both begin practice.
We're efforting to get Jamarcus Shepard on the show for Monday because I don't believe they start till Tuesday.
Okay.
So I'd love to do that, but our producer also was mentally checked out the last 2 weeks of the show because he had Vegas coming up. So
He's still in Vegas. That one's kind of a – if somebody else wants to do that, you go ahead and do it. I don't think he's on that in Vegas.
I asked him for that request at the beginning of this week, well before he went to Vegas. He said, yeah, but I don't think he put the request in, so we'll see. So I'd love to talk to him, and then Oregon does the weird thing where they start, and then they stop, and then they start up again.
Yeah, you take a break for spring break. They practice for a week or two, shut it down, come back.
It's finals, actually.
Finals, okay. Yeah. And then spring break, I think, is involved in there, and then they come back in April and the spring games. I believe both teams have a spring game on the same day. I think we're playing on the same day this year.
And I think both programs are in spots where they're different, but both fan bases are excited for kind of different reasons. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. There's a lot to look forward to in both programs.
Are you throwing a college football segment at me right now?
So I'm going through this, and I see a good friend of the program put something out, and I went, ooh. That's kind of juicy to me.
Ooh.
And I'm interested in talking about it with you.
Let's squeeze that juice.
Would you care to know Bill Conley's quarterback rankings heading into spring football for next year's starters?
Oh, I would love to read through this.
Okay, number one caught me a little off guard.
Well, I mean, I think we're all picking from the same bucket. Is it Arch? Is it Lenora Sellers? Is it John Mateer?
It is C.J. Carr.
C.J. Carr, Notre Dame. Okay.
He has C.J. Carr as the number one quarterback as a college football starter next season. Now, he goes through and gives you his reasons, some stats to support it.
He was really good as a freshman this year. I mean, he got off to rough isn't even the right word. They lost 2 games that they easily could have won against 2 playoff teams. That one play here, one play there, go the other way. They win them. And then they won 10 games in a row, and he was solid throughout the entire season.
Number 2 would be Julian Sayin, Ohio State, the Ohio State University.
Ohio State.
At 88.4 QBR, 32 tutties, 8 picks, 77 completion percentage, which is just insane in college.
Looking like he's 12 holds him back a little bit for me.
What do you mean?
He just looks like he's 12 years old. When you see his face.
So that means you're out?
I'm out on Julian Sayin.
Because he looks young?
Grow up, Julian. Okay?
It's the Big Ten title game.
Facial hair. They played nobody. Facial hair.
Almost 40, can't grow it. Some people genetically don't have it.
I don't need you to be a franchise quarterback.
I'm sorry that we all can't have shadows every day of our lives. Jeez,
this is my red flag, non-red flag thing. He can't grow facial hair. Can he really be a franchise quarterback? I don't buy it.
I feel like you could apply that to radio hosts and then not just taking daggers at me.
No personal shots taken. I'm just out. Julian Sayin is fine. I find him interesting because they played Texas in the first game of the year, and he did literally nothing, and they won. Like, go back and look at his numbers from that game.
10-7 game, though.
And look, he's a redshirt freshman, so I'm not asking the world of him. And then, like, look at they played literally nobody.
Their schedule was a joke.
They played, and so 77%
against Indiana.
Indiana, they couldn't score, and Miami shut them down. So they played 3 defenses with a pulse all year, and they couldn't move it on any of them.
Number 3, for now, Trinidad Chambliss.
Yes, if he's allowed to play.
The NCAA is now countering with the ruling on Trinidad Chambliss.
686-page filing in court.
Number 4, there's the guy you mentioned. Arch Manning pops in this. Despite not having a good season for, I'd say, 70%, maybe 75% of his season.
Good in the back half of the year.
Yep. He had 26 touchdowns, 7 picks on a 61.4 completion percentage.
Yep.
And number 5, there he is. You don't have to wait much longer. Jaden Mayava.
Nobody's giving us a chance already?
Dante
Are you letting
Moore?
me do a Nobody's Giving Us a Chance segment on March 6th right now?
I'm giving you a March 6th. Nobody's giving you
Everybody's
a chance.
counting us out, man. I thought our guy was the number 2 pick in the draft.
I got to be honest.
How was he
with
not
you.
even top 5?
This kind of shocked me. I didn't know I'd be surprised by a college football thing on a Friday in March. And here I am going through Conley's quarterback rankings.
Where's our guy Drew Mestermaker at Oklahoma State? He's on the Duck schedule this year.
He is number 7.
He led the country in passing last year. He had a delightful season for old North Texas.
Dante, number 6, by the way.
Number 6, okay.
Yeah. And he notes that Dante's probably the number 2 quarterback easily in this draft, and he commends him for coming back, but somehow he's number 6 in college football.
That's an interesting one. I mean, I do think the success rate in college football and success rate in the NFL are 2 different things. Sometimes they go hand in hand, but not always the best quarterback in college football ends up being the best quarterback in the NFL, right? It doesn't always translate that way. I'm not that upset about this stuff. Like, any critique I want to have about Julian Sayin and the way he played in certain games, or, I thought Dante Moore outplayed Mayava when the 2 were on the same field at the same time. and he didn't have any wide receivers healthy in that game. But for all the nitpicking that I do of other guys, like look at Dante Moore against the two best defense, or I guess the best defense that he played, Indiana twice. He was really bad in both of those games. And in big moments, outside of the Penn State game and the Iowa game, there were times where he struggled. And so I certainly understand having questions about him. And just because he's back for another year doesn't mean that it's guaranteed to take a giant leap and bound.
So he ranks him based on, where's it? He says rank him on trends, stats, and recent performances. What's interesting about it, I didn't do this to make you mad. I just thought it was interesting that he's not in the top 5, despite he probably is the number 2 pick in the draft if he leaves.
Well, it's just this idea. We're in a bubble where Oregon got these guys to announce they're coming back. Their defensive line and their quarterback, and everybody in our bubble's like, oh, my God, they're the best team in the country. And I don't even know if they're going to be a preseason top 5 team.
Well, where do you think he would – if you were to gamble most likely, where does he finish in the country as quarterback?
Well, that's also what metric are we talking about? Are we talking about like passing yards, touchdowns, just overall feel? Because numbers are always going to be different.
Yeah, but his combination is not a set-in-stone combination. It's also his opinion.
Was he a top 5 quarterback in college football to you this year? Because I don't know if I would have said he was.
No, because I think you had guys that didn't even get talked about. Like one of those guys, as an example, by the way. So Mestamaker had a good year at North Texas. He's number 7.
Yeah.
But it's North Texas.
And it's also a step up. He's now at Oklahoma State. So does he do the same thing at Oklahoma State?
But like one of the guys not in the top 10 that surprised me was Indiana's
Josh Hoover. Yeah.
You know who was in the top 10?
Who?
A guy that probably didn't get talked about enough, and I think this year potentially will. Byron Brown.
Yes, the transfer to Auburn.
Talk about amazing stats. His stats at USF last year, he was the team.
I was also shocked another name didn't show up on that list, and that's Darian Mensah, who went from Duke to Miami. I don't understand that at all.
Why he's 11?
Yeah, that to me. If you're talking about like criminally underrated, he was the guy. I think he was second in the country in passing yards. He had 34 touchdowns, which I believe was tied for the lead in college football. Mm-hmm. This was at Duke. Nobody really watched Duke play this year because
almost 4,000 yards.
Like he had a really good year,
6.8 completion percentage and a 76.6 QBR.
And he is now going to go to playing with a better offensive line, better running backs, better wide receivers, and a better defense. And so everything around him is going to be better. That to me is the guy that's going to be at the forefront of a lot of conversations. Maybe Heisman. We just saw Cam Ward damn near win it 2 years ago. And I think Mensah will be very similar to that from Miami this year. And so I'm shocked he's that low on the list.
I know that the NIL transfer portal window it's given more teams the ability to compete. And I also understand the other side of that coin is fans kind of hate it unless they're the team benefiting from it.
Sure.
Get it. I'll tell you this. It makes this kind of conversation and this kind of part of the game, I think, far more exciting about the season. It's not that I'm not excited about college football in the pre-portal era.
Yeah.
You have your usual players, right? We make fun of the rankings because nobody's played. So what do we do? Oh, we're taking the best teams, and there you go. But you go through the list, and you just rattle off the top 14 quarterbacks. Sam Leavitt, transfer. Josh Hoover, transfer. Here you go. Devin Dampier, guy staying at Utah.
Yeah.
Darian Mensah, transfer. Byron Brown, transfer.
Well, Dampier was a transfer originally, too.
Brendan Sorsby, Cincinnati. I'm just talking going into next year.
Yeah.
Brendan Sorsby, transfer. Gunnar Stockton, hey, a holdover. Drew Mistamaker, transfer.
Yep.
You just keep going through the list, and you're like, new place, new guy, or was a transfer coming back again as the starter for the quarterback. Personally, it gets me a little more juiced. I was already pretty jacked. I think it makes it even more exciting to think, like, if I'm ranking this, I am taking stats into account, but I'm also trying to project a little bit. And not having Josh Hoover in the top 10 after watching what Mendoza did and the coach that I know Cignetti is, I'd have never done that. He'd be in my top 10 just out of benefit to Cignetti and the fact that I thought Hoover was pretty good at TCU.
Yeah, he was solid.
And I didn't think their team was amazing, but they had an okay season.
Yeah, I think it's one of the biggest questions about Indiana this year is you're losing so many of those guys who were in the system for 4 or 5 years, and so you're replacing that level of experience. And also, they hit on their quarterback transfer. Obviously, last year, he won the Heisman. He's going to be the number 1 overall pick. How much of that is Mendoza and how much of that is the system? Is this a system that's going to do this with a lot of guys? And no matter who you bring in, you're just going to be revitalizing is not the right word because Hoover doesn't need that. But upgrading careers, right? Like, and you're going from, hey, he's a good C+, B- player to now he's an A+ player. Is that going to continually happen? Or does their offense slip because Mendoza was truly that special? And maybe we just never gave him the flowers and the benefit that he deserved. That just just that entire question about Hoover and Indiana is fascinating to me. But I think to the larger point, this is why it's fun, because we can have this same debate about quarterbacks. And if you want to tell me you think C.J. Carr is going to be the best and you're projecting what he's going to turn into, I think he was a redshirt freshman last year, 24 touchdowns. Like, he was a blue chip guy coming out, like prize recruit. Like, I totally see it. I'm not going to yell at you. Similarly to the fact of you could throw 7 other names at me and say, yeah, I could see it. Mensa's the best. All right, I could see it. Hoover at Indiana. They just did it with Mendoza. Like, Chambliss, if he comes back at Ole Miss and he is allowed to play this year. Dante Moore, 30 touchdowns last year. Does he take a huge step? Like, That's the fun part about college football from the positional standpoint, but also from a title standpoint, because it might end up deciding who wins a championship. And the sport has never been more wide open. And I think you could make an argument for any of the top 12 teams. Can LSU gel? Can they bring all these pieces together, all these different transfers? Can they gel in 1 year and pop over the top? Is it Oregon returning all their guys? Is it Lincoln finally having a defense? And Mayava wins a Heisman Trophy next year? Like, it's wide open right now at the top of the sport. It's a really good spot to be in.
Mendoza's final year at Cal, by the way, 16 touchdowns, 6 picks.
Yeah.
Barely over 3,000 yards.
Nobody would have had him in the top 10 at this point last year.
And his completion percentage was 68.7. Just as a reference, Hoover last year at TCU, 29 touchdowns, 13 picks, 66 completion percentage.
Yeah.
So, like,
drastically different offenses, but
much different. But yeah, but my point is, like, we didn't see that Mendoza coming.
God, no.
We got into the system, and
that's
here
a nice
go.
little pickup. Like, he was good at Cal and didn't have a ton around him. Like, okay, I could see that working out. Nobody saw number 1 pick Heisman Trophy.
He was 100 to 1 to win the Heisman.
Yes.
So, like, that's all I'm saying is you got an actual proven guy from a college that was pretty good, and now you're plugging it in with that coaching staff, whereas Mendoza came and we're like, okay, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Is that better than Rourke? Yeah, it was. It was substantially better, and they won the national championship. So we'll have to wait and see. But what I would say is, too, as the smoke has settled, the dust has cleared. I think what's clear to me is, like, you shouldn't change your expectations for Oregon this year. Damn, is it going to be a lot harder, I think, than the initial feeling of everybody announcing their return? And
I've always been there. I've never went to that point of like, oh, here we go, cakewalk, better do it next year.
You also want the chip on the shoulder thing the entire time that you
No,
get
I just
through
understand that it's never been harder to win a national championship. You got to win 3 games against top 10 teams. That's never, until the last 2 years, you've never had to do that.
No doubt.
If this was a BCS era, guess who would have been in the title game 2 years ago? Oregon. Because you wouldn't have had to play Ohio State. You already beat them in the regular season. Yeah. It's never been harder to win a national championship. The sport has never been more balanced at the top, and it comes down to matchups, health, availability. Are your coordinators interviewing for other jobs in the middle of a playoff run? Does half your roster leave getting ready to go in the portal? Like, there's a lot of outlier factors that weigh into this. Oregon's going to have a great chance to do it next year, but they're not some runaway freight train.
Well, there's your little peekaboo as spring football is going to start up next week. A lot to get to here in the second hour. Coming up next, the aggressive move, will it pay off, and should they continue to be aggressive? We'll get to that coming up next. 105.1, The Fan.
The Firm.
Wild story out of Cal State Bakersfield. They had to play a tournament game yesterday.
Business goes on, man. Move the drill. We're not stopping.
Not been a good year for them in Bakersfield, I'll tell you that much. We'll get to that today. Not surprised the Buffalo Bills, we briefly brought it up because it was kind of at the end of the show, traded for DJ Moore. They went and got a weapon for one Josh Allen.
They've needed a wide receiver for quite some time, and they felt like this was the one that they were going to go do.
And so I was really curious to see what some of the entire day's worth of reaction was going to be. Chicago was, kind of doing we understand the financials, but is this a smart move? Is Roma Dunze really a one? Is Luther Burden ready to go?
Yeah.
There was a little bit of debate, but people understood the financial aspect of this. One person claimed that DJ Moore is in the Bears Hall of Fame because he wasn't here very long, but the moments he had this year alone are worthy of putting him in the Bears Hall of Fame. I'm not in Chicago. I can't speak to that.
I mean, I know they don't have a great offensive history. That we talked about CC Sabathia getting his number retired by the Yankees yesterday. He won a championship, was one of the best pitchers in the sport for about a 3-year game winner. Like, what?
That Green Bay catch alone, I think, did it for people.
I mean, that was an incredible catch. I get it. He had some great moments. That's pretty sad. That's like Blazer history sad if that guy's in your Hall of Fame.
I mean, take out 06.
Is Anthony Simons in the Blazers Hall of Fame?
What have the Bears had post 85?
Not a lot, Bob.
Okay, so
not a lot.
There was that side. On the other
there
side,
for 2 years.
Yeah,
2
years?
or 3. 2 or 3 years. Yeah.
On the other side, the Buffalo side. I thought this would be the full-on slam dunk no-brainer. Man, they were like yelling at each other about this, about how much they had to trade for. One guy said he's not a top 32 receiver in the league, to which that led. Kind of made actually good points on that, which then led to a lot of like Bills blogs, online people screaming at a radio host knows nothing. I know more than that guy.
Right. Well, at the time when we talked about it yesterday, we didn't know what the draft compensation was. We just heard mid-round pick, and then we debated what does a mid-round pick mean.
Well, and so then you get all that information to come out, and I'm sitting here going, okay. Bill Barnwell writes up a story and basically highlights, where DJ Moore's production had slipped, but how much of that was Caleb at quarterback having off-rate throws. We noted it in the playoff game. Like, it felt like he wasn't running routes entirely through.
Yeah. That's how their season ended, was him kind of stopping on a route, and they threw a pick.
Ben Johnson clearly was not aiming to make the offense all about DJ Moore, who had just signed an extension. And so the Bills will be guaranteeing $15.5 million of his $23.5 million base salary in 2028. And in the trade, in case you're sleeping under a rock and don't know it, Buffalo is sending a 2026 second-round draft pick to Chicago in exchange for Moore and a fifth.
Yeah, they said middle-round pick ended up being a 2. That's early to me. I think we misclassified it at the time of the trade.
Yeah, so, I understand the be aggressive thing with having Josh Allen and maybe having DJ Moore in the spot where Brandon Cooks was makes or breaks you getting and winning a Super Bowl.
They picked him up off the scrap heap last year.
But if you look at Buffalo, man, it's clear as day. Buffalo's MO is, I don't know if this is maybe it's more GM driven. It just feels like they're putting the chips in. It is, what do we get? We're trading a second. We're going to get DJ Moore. Let's upgrade coaches. Let's fire the guy that's consistently won the division and gotten us to the playoffs, and let's bring in the unproven mid-30-year-old guy that's never been a head coach in the National Football League. And they're going to bank on DJ Moore having a bounce-back season, and I don't think they're done. That alone with their draft situation, Buffalo operating to me like a team putting the chips all in the middle as if it's a last dance, even though you have Josh Allen for years to come.
Yeah, I think it's more about a GM who's going the last dance route of, we fired the head coach and I kept my job. So if we don't win next year, who's it on? Are you going to fire the head? Like, the Bills are going to be a playoff team unless injuries pile up. Like, they've just been really consistently good. Miami's going to be down next year. The Jets are still going to be the Jets, so the division is not that tough. You know my hot take. I don't think the Patriots are making the playoffs next year. I think they're the big 0-0 fall-off team from year 2 to year 3, although we'll wait and see if that ages terribly. So the division is manageable. They're going to pile up wins as long as Allen stays healthy. And if they fall short in the playoffs, what's the reaction? You can't blame it on the head coach you just fired. Are you going to blame it on a first-year head coach? Like, that's when the attention comes back to the GM.
Well, last year it was on Allen.
It was a little bit,
the
sure.
GM is responsible for the roster.
I mean, he turned the ball over in the Denver game, and he had
Yes.
some bad moments, and I get it, but you're not going to – the attention and the blame from a media standpoint can get there. You're not firing or trading Josh Allen, right? So that's where I think your point, though, of being all in, I think this is a Brandon Beane move of – job security. Let's be aggressive here, see if we can take it another step. I can't imagine what the feeling is like for that organization and that fan base to have the loss that they had last year. And it's a franchise that knows nothing but heartbreak. But in other years when you run against Kansas City and Mahomes and it's a dynasty that's in your way and it's 13 seconds or it's a fourth down that maybe you or maybe didn't get, I'm not saying it's not heartbreaking, but at least when you put your head on your pillow at night, you're saying we lost to maybe the greatest quarterback of all time. What are we going to do? Like, how do we get over this? You lost to Bo Nix and the Broncos this year, and it was a game that you probably should have won.
Right.
And the team that Denver played in the AFC title game was a team that I think you could have beaten, and a team that came out of nowhere. There was no Burrow, there was no Lamar, there was no Patrick Mahomes. This was your year, this was your opportunity, and you didn't do it. And so I can see why losing that way can lead you to be aggressive, and I don't mind giving up a second-round pick for DJ Moore. The Rams, to me, have given this blueprint of somebody had the tweet, I think it was Field Yates the other day, because they just traded another first-round pick of theirs. Now, they still have Atlanta's pick, which is the, 13th overall pick in the draft, but it essentially was like over the last 10 years for the Rams, their first-round picks, 9 out of the 10 years the pick was traded away. The one time they used it was Jared Verse, who's turned into a very good player.
Very good player.
And the Rams have been what? They've been consistently good, and so I like to have this.
You can balance both. You can have.
I'm not saying you can't.
The Chiefs are going to value this.
Of course
right?
they will. And the Bills still have their first round pick. They still have their third round pick. They didn't mortgage their entire future on DJ Moore.
Right.
It's just an idea of. I think the reaction for me on the trade will come down to what do the other guys end up going for? A.J. Brown's going to get traded. We know he's going to get traded. What is that pick volume? What is the player volume that goes? If there is a T. Higgins who randomly gets traded this offseason, I don't know if that'll happen or not, but if it does, what's the volume that gets traded for him? Because I think that helps frame the reaction to this deal. In a vacuum, I don't mind it because I think A.J. Brown's going to be more expensive. So would you rather trade multiple early draft picks for A.J. Brown or 1, 2, kind of wash your hands with and say, we got Josh Allen and you got a good wide receiver in DJ Moore?
I think, I go back and forth on some of this stuff. I think the Ram example is awful. And not that you're not highlighting an accurate thing that somebody puts out. To me, it's more like, just operate like the Rams. Well, or you're good at drafting and you should value first-round picks to bolster your defense or your line.
I think the Bills have been very good at drafting. That's part of the problem.
That's totally fine to have that opinion. I understand it, but I don't think a team should be operating of, look what the Rams are doing. Why don't we just do what the Rams are doing? Well, because you're not the Rams.
I mean, you've been as successful without the Super Bowl. You've been in the playoffs every year. You've been in multiple conference title games.
But that's
you haven't
also,
won a championship. The Rams won the
championship.
championship.
Right? That's the huge part of all of this is the Ram. What are we saying about the Rams that they don't have the Super Bowl? I think you're going, man, 9 out of the 10 years they haven't had a first-round pick, and they haven't won a Super Bowl with it.
Yeah, I don't operate that way. Have the Niners been successful for the last 9 years?
Successful, yes.
They're in. They haven't won a championship, but you're in the mix every year.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't. That's not the way I would operate.
Have they also cost themselves an opportunity to win a Super Bowl by that stupid Trey Lance trade? You can make the argument. They absolutely have. So I think it's okay to want to be aggressive and try to win now. Especially the Rams, it's different because they have Stafford versus the Bills are operating with Allen.
Mm-hmm.
But you're seeing this with the Chiefs. The Chiefs don't just punt on it. They go to take good players. Now, they just traded one of their good young players they drafted in 2022, but what did they do that for? Well, they got a first, and they got another first for their own pick this year. I think is 9th. Are they going to use that and move up?
They could.
Are they going to use that and go get Max Crosby? I don't know. But not all these teams operate like the Rams. We point to just the Rams all the time. The other part of this is you're not wrong on the talent evaluation of Brandon Beane, but you're packing up your picks. Are you packing them up for the right players? And I think that's what we have to wait and see with the DJ Moore thing is I think DJ Moore is good. Is he better than A.J. Brown? I think most people would take A.J. Brown. But for a lesser price, is he going to put you over the hump in a way that people would suggest a player of A.J. Brown's caliber would? And that's where you have to wait and see. And I don't know if people really trust the general manager making that decision to say that he's making the right move.
I would say I think the Chiefs are a good example, too, because they have taken a wide receiver in the first round, and how has it worked out? And he's been banged up. He hasn't been fully
got
healthy
hurt last year, but I don't
Sure.
think people were angry about Xavier Worthy 2 seasons ago.
No, but this year he played 14 games. He had 500 yards and 1 touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
That's a first-round pick you took at wide receiver.
Yeah.
Would you rather have Xavier Worthy or DJ Moore next year?
Well, DJ Moore.
I'd rather have DJ Moore, right? The last time the Bills took a wide receiver in the first round, how did it go?
Well, I think it was second round.
Keon Coleman. Early second round, like the first pick of the second round. How has it gone?
Yesterday,
Sure.
Yeah.
How's it gone?
Not great.
It's been horrible.
Yeah.
So do I trust you more as an organization
to pick or
This
trade?
is like the Blazers. Would I rather you keep your first round
Or
pick and
trade
take
it for a
Scoot
player.
Henderson or trade it for Denny Avdia? I'll take trade all day because I don't think you can find the guy.
I totally get
And it's
it.
a known commodity against an unknown commodity.
If you give me an option of DJ Moore second, I'm with you. I'm taking DJ Moore over
and that's,
the roll
it's
of
a roll of the
pick.
dice, and maybe you hit and you look back and say, man, that pick ended up being this player. What a stupid trade.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the ability of hindsight. And so I just look at these teams of having a balance of both, and I think Buffalo has done that. They have not been able to find a wide receiver. They tried Keon Coleman. It's been a disaster. He was a healthy scratch in his second year in the NFL.
They haven't had one since Diggs left.
No, and they've still been within inches of winning an AFC championship game without a wide receiver. And so I understand the question of where does he rank in the pantheon of NFL wide receivers, and maybe it's a little bit further down the list than I'm willing to give it credit for. I also think we need to acknowledge you have the MVP and the best quarterback in the NFL right now on your team, and that's going to elevate his game just slightly. His completion percentage will be slightly higher than Caleb Williams was last year.
Not as many off-rate throws, by the way.
Not quite as many, no.
Josh Allen, I believe, was second under pressure in off-rate throw percentage, 9%. Caleb was the second worst under pressure off-rate throws, just barely above Michael Penix Jr.
Not good.
Speaking of wide receivers, there's a lot of rumor on the street that one of the names you mentioned could be on the move. How much it would help this team, and also, would you pay this price for this player? We'll get to that, some NFL stuff coming up next, but first, Schultz with the Sports Update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, your Blazers back in action tonight, wrapping up a 5-game road trip in Houston to face the Rockets. Chris Murray questionable, while Denny Avdia is doubtful because of lingering back issues. The Rockets a 6.5-point favorite right now. Tip-off set for 5 p.m. on KATU Channel 2.2. Over to the Diamond, Japan getting their first win in the World Baseball Classic. They crushed Chinese Taipei this morning, 13-0. It was a mercy rule game, just 7 innings needed. Shohei Ohtani leading the way, of course, 3 hits, including a grand slam. The United States getting going tonight in the World Baseball Classic. They take on Brazil in pool play. First pitch at 5 p.m. on Fox. And some moves out of the NFL. The Texans signing defensive end Danielle Hunter to a 1-year, $40 million extension after finishing the season with 15 sacks. And the Niners are hiring former Bears coach Matt Eberflus as a defensive assistant after losing Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley this offseason. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultz from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Heard missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitter.
happened, it was 10 Jalen's in the NBA. Woke up and now it's 30 Jalen's.
This is Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Think it's a joke, but I'm actually earnest. Tell the truth, that ain't even really scratching the surface. Cause there's 607 players on the court playing. 16 teams got a player named Jalen. And it's really 2 Jalen's on 3 teams. That's gotta be like 50% of the league. In the crib trying to figure what it all really means. I don't know,
buddy texted me. I was listening to it earlier.
Too many Jalen's?
There's too many Jalen's in the NBA, man. I mean, there's so many Jalen's.
Oklahoma City has so many Jalen's. One of them has to be J-Dub.
I forget which one is which. I get them confused.
I have to call the second one the lesser talented one
Jalen 2?
No,
Jalen.
Jalen, like in my head.
Yeah.
I'm saying Lynn,
The
like
good
L-Y-N-N.
one is J-Dub.
Yeah.
J-Dub is the good one.
He's the good one.
Yes.
I just think of the good one as Jalen. And then the other one's Jalen.
This is a hilarious. He goes through every player. He's like, there's one on the Lakers. It goes through every one on the
there's
Kings.
a lot of Jalen's.
A lot of Jalen's out there.
Jalen Rose still to this day maintains he is the one that his mom is the one that created the name Jalen.
Oh, they mention it here at the end, I think. They'll say thanks to Jalen Rose. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. He's multiple interviews. He's on tape, video, audio, all that. He's like,
it's a banger, man.
The name did not exist until my mom made my name, and then I became part of the Fab Five. And I don't know if that's true.
I kind of want to look that up, but I kind of believe him.
I didn't grow up with any Jalen's.
I didn't know any Jalen. Yeah, I
had some Russes. We had some Johns.
No Jalen's.
We had ants. Like, we didn't have Jalen's.
Like they said in the song, like, wouldn't be surprised if they're all biracial. It was a really good rap.
Shout out to the Big Cat for sending that to me this morning. I was laughing listening to it.
Yeah, I guess I hadn't thought about how many Jalen's are in the NBA now.
A lot of Jalen's. Are we even an NBA team? We don't have a Jalen on our roster.
That's a good point.
Maybe this is why we suck. Maybe this is what's holding us back.
Have we had a Jalen? Am I not thinking of a Jalen on the Blazers?
Ooh.
Shoot.
That is a funny thing. Have you made it as a franchise if you haven't had a Jalen?
I feel like we've had one briefly, right? But God.
I got to be honest with you. I love the name Jalen.
Jalen Horde signed a 2-way contract in 2019.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't count.
Jalen McDaniels was a part of a trade that sent him to the organization. He never played. Jalen Adams signed as a substitute player in the COVID year.
Doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
No, you give me no counts.
Jalen Wilson participated in a pre-draft workout.
So no.
We got no. We have no Jalen's.
Yeah.
No Jalen's.
Yeah, that's a good poll question. I like the name. I'm not, tired of the name.
What's the right spelling of Jalen?
Jalen.
That's the right spelling? No Y's, no I's?
I understand people that do the Aylin.
When I think of it, I think Jalen.
Because of Jalen Rose.
Yes, because, maybe to his point, that was the first one. But I feel like the majority of Jalen's now, although this might end up aging terribly, because Brunson and Green are the old school way, right?
Yeah.
A-L-E-N.
Well, the way we're saying.
The way we're
saying.
saying.
Old school and not old school.
Sure, I guess that's a fair point.
I don't even know if Jalen Rose is telling the truth. Like, is that a fact?
Could be making it up, yeah.
That he made the name up?
Well, then Jalen Brown is the Ylen.
But Jalen Brunson is
But Jalen Brunson is Alen.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, so is it all just Jalen? Like, or is it Jalen? Like, is the I supposed to be pronounced?
No, I think it's like
right.
Sean
You hit it with a hard I
yeah,
there.
like, what are we doing? I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, but what's the difference between Sean and Scene?
See, that it should be Scene.
It should be Scene.
Scene Bean.
It
the
should be
famous
Scene.
actor Scene Bean.
Nah,
dies in everything he's in.
Yeah.
It's Sean Bean, though.
It's Scene Bean.
Scene Bean.
His last name is pronounced Bean, and you're telling me his first name is said in a different way? Shut the hell up. The English language sucks.
Yeah, there's a guy who literally has an Instagram viral account over that.
I mean, he's right.
Highlighting. Like,
It's
hey,
one
how
of
do you
the
say this
funniest.
word?
Every time I.
Shut up about the sun. Shut up about the sun.
Wait, so this word and this word aren't the. No. That's not how you say that, you idiot. That's not how you say that.
Why do we put K's in front of things? Knife, knee. What the hell are we doing?
Who created this stuff, man? It's pretty stupid.
I mean, you said asbestos earlier, and I'm like, I always get thrown off how
Spell
to
asbestos,
spell it.
yeah.
Right. There's an A-B in there.
A-B-S-E-S-T-O-S?
I don't know. The one word that will get me every time I type something in, I to this day cannot tell you how to spell restaurant.
Oh, restaurant's not one for me.
I
But I
can't do
have
it.
words like that. Yeah.
Every time I type, hey, what restaurant are we going to tonight? It's a, okay. It's like so much gibberish that they don't even know how to autocorrect it. And you like hit the autocorrect and you're like, give me the option for restaurant. You know what I'm trying to say.
You would have thought at this point you accidentally remembered it.
You'd think I would, but I'm pretty I can remember a basketball stat from 1997, but I don't know how to spell restaurant.
My daughter got super upset last month of how to spell February.
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 It's as bad as Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday. Yeah, that's a
You
good
got to
one.
sound them out phonetically. Hooked on phonics.
So are we agreeing Jalen Rose invented the name?
I'm going to allow it.
Okay.
I will allow it in the court, and I'm of the opinion that we need a Jalen on our team. And until we get a Jalen on our team, it's going to hold us back.
I'd love to have a Jalen Brunson.
Remember when we were going to get Jalen Brown a couple years ago? We're going to go so on it hurts. We're going to get Jalen Brown.
We're going to get in the 3 pick, the 23 pick, and we're going to go so on it hurts.
That's just why we're tanking.
You're going to wonder what we're doing. It hurts so bad.
We're tanking to go all in.
AI says there were no players named Jalen in the NBA during the 1980s. So AI sometimes is wrong, but I'm doing the research as quick as I can here.
Yes.
I mean, he grew up in Detroit. Like, he probably, if he didn't have a Jalen around him.
How cool is that, though, to
that
like
you're the
have
first
that?
of the
If
name?
that is, because it's not complete. I'm sure there was another Jalen, but in terms of like prominent Jalen's, like celebrity Jalen's, professional athlete Jalen's,
He claims non-celebrity,
like
celebrity.
there's no way you can know that. There's no way that you can scientifically know that. There wasn't a Jalen living in Montgomery, Alabama, who worked at a convenience store for
Maybe
80
there
years.
wasn't.
Like, you have no idea.
At least according to NBA.com, they have done the research. Jalen Rose was the first
first
Jalen
Jalen
in the
in the
NBA.
See, that
Yeah.
you get the credit for. First
Exactly.
ever to be named Jalen.
in something.
Yeah, in
Yes,
the
but
NBA, yes. Overall,
Well, but what you're pointing is maybe not wrong, but also to highlight, like, somebody at some point named their kid Sean and spelled it Sean, and people were like,
what?
Scene? He's like, actually, it's Sean. And that was the first one.
You're not wrong.
There's the first one of
There has to be
everything.
a first one of everybody. I just think a Jalen would have come around before then, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
All right, thanks for throwing our segment off on Jalen.
How cool would
songs.
that be, though, to like have that name? Like you were the first to break through, and now people. I mean, you're not naming your kid after Jalen Rose, but you know of the name because of Jalen Rose to a certain extent.
But the first Jalen is way cooler than spelling Sean SEA.
Way cooler.
And because your whole name, your whole life, you're
Now, what was the first Sean? Was it EAN or AWN?
I don't know, but
The
the first
inception of
EAN
Sean.
was a nightmare because his
See?
whole life he's like,
Dean?
it's Sean, it's Sean, it's Sean.
You know
like,
what? Screw
forever.
it. Just call me Scene. I'm tired of this.
Yeah, I'm right here.
How many times did we say Jalen in that segment?
Well, the song said it at least 80 times.
I think it did. Did we hit the number of Jalen's in the NBA?
I probably not. To be honest, no, we didn't.
You're welcome for that Friday content.
I did not get to my NFL segment. We'll get to that. We had a crazy story at a Cal State Bakersfield we'll talk about. It is a beautiful Friday edition. Dirt and Sprague. We're back with the NFL chatter next on The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Nothing on the three. Victor, the Iceman. Nobody puts back his own miss, and he beats his chest because he just beat the Pistons to the ball.
Yeah, there's a FanDuel Sports. Cade Cunningham, 10 of 26 in this one. They lost to Soar Thompson 2 minutes into the game with an ankle injury, and the Pistons stinking it up at San Antonio. Wemby, unbelievable, 38 and 16 with 5 blocks last night.
Dominant, man. I'm a little worried for the Pistons. It's been a rough week for them. They will still be the 1 seed in the East, but now you got Tatum coming back. They've lost to the Cavs, almost lost to the Cavs without their 2 best players. Wemby is on another level. Them winning a title would be incredible for the NBA.
Who's stinking it up? Pistons last night at San Antonio, brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Our friends at Three Mountains Home Services have a sweet special this March. Purchase a new high-efficiency HVAC system and score 16-year parts and labor warranty. 16 seasons of comfort starts now. Visit threemountainshomeservices.com today.
Tired of your old
All right, a lot more to get into in the third and fourth hour of the radio program. You can reach it and the station at 503-864-6326. We will move on from solving the Jalen conundrum to NFL. News coming across the wire, by the way. Former Oregon Duck men's basketball player Dylan Brooks.
Hey, that's Phoenix Suns, Dylan Brooks.
Well, current Phoenix Sun and former Oregon Duck Dylan Brooks got a Dewey in Scottsdale.
Nah, we don't claim him anymore. He's out now.
Oh, he's Canadian.
He's out. He's Canadian Dylan Brooks got a DUI in Scottsdale.
Canadian native and former Oregon Duck.
Hey.
Dylan Brooks. Not great.
No.
So we talked a little bit about A.J. Brown yesterday, and I threw out the Patriots because of Vrabel.
Yeah.
Diana Rossini did a follow-up report and indeed jumped on the same thing. So she's taking my national reporting and using it as her own. I mean, how dare you, Diana?
That thief, Diana. There's a tire. You know what the Patriots are doing? They're kicking it.
By the way, could not be a nicer human being than Diana Rossini.
Yeah.
The Chargers are also keeping tabs.
Ooh, got to have that tab open. Don't close the tab yet, Jim.
Now, I don't know what the Eagles are going to ask for exactly, but according to this report, they are holding firm on a steep asking price.
Yeah.
We think he's going to get traded. He very well could get traded. I'm also kicking around the idea of not being shocked that he's with the Eagles next season, despite how dysfunctional all of that seems to be. But your beloved Chargers, who I believe are lacking a really top-end number one type target.
Talk about not having a top 32 wide receiver in the league. Come on down, Chargers.
I don't know where McConkey would rank, but yeah, definitely not top 32.
No.
The Chargers could be kicking around the idea of bringing in an A.J. Brown with Mike McDaniel and Justin Herbert.
As they should. Be aggressive. The time is now. The window is open. Their history of drafting wide receivers has not been great with this regime. I know Ladd McConkey was a fun story, and I'm certainly not trying to throw him out as a bad player.
He's a complimentary piece.
He's a good piece to have. He's not a focal point of an offense from the outside. Quentin Johnston can't catch a football half the time he's on the field.
He had a better year this year.
He was slightly better this year, but he has been a disappointing first-round pick at wide receiver. Yeah. Again, not a number one guy that you can lean on. Keenan Allen is a fun redemption, let's bring him back. He's coming home after 1 year in Chicago. He's like 47 years old and runs a 6'3" 40. He has no separation. And at times last year, he couldn't catch a football. So they desperately need a weapon. I think it goes back to the Buffalo angle of, do you want to roll the dice on somebody in this draft class and think, can this guy come in right away and be a difference maker? Or do we want to trade one of those early round picks and go get A.J. Brown, who we know is a bona fide stud when he's available and when he's not causing issues on the sideline? I certainly see the point that maybe Philly has an asking price that is not met and they decide to bring him back. I just tend to believe, when it's been that ugly for that long, and we're going on 2 years of this now, by the way. Even when they won a Super Bowl, he was miserable because he didn't get to do much in the game and he wasn't a big part of the offense. I think calmer heads and clearer heads are going to prevail here, and they're going to say, we don't want to deal with that. And so you're going to have your high asking price now. We're still over a month away from the NFL draft. So by all means, there's no date. You have to trade them by this date to get rid of a certain amount of money. They're going to have a high asking price, but as we get closer to the draft, I think that will lead to more activity in this, and somebody eventually will say, we'll come up a little bit higher to the level that you're asking for, maybe not completely. And I still am a firm believer that A.J. Brown will get traded. And as somebody who roots for Justin Herbert, I'm hoping like hell it is the Chargers and they trade whatever Philly's asking for.
If I'm the Chargers, it just depends on the price, right? Are you more prone to give up multiple picks, including a first for A.J. or 2 firsts for Max Crosby?
I think defense was pretty solid for the Chargers. Not saying that Max Crosby couldn't help the Chargers, but yeah, I would rather in their spot.
A generic NFL team. I think it's interesting the price. The Raiders leaked that they want 2 firsts.
Yes.
And I really like Max Crosby. I think he's still going to be a stud, but I'm like, damn, 2 firsts.
What was Parsons last year? They got what was the trade there?
I feel like we were disappointed in the return, weren't we? Because he also just got randomly traded during camp. They started building up the animosity.
They got 2 firsts and a player. They got two. They got 2 2026 firsts. So this year's 2027 first and Kenny Clark.
Yeah, that's right.
So that was the trade.
Okay.
And they gave him an extension on top of it.
So we'll have to wait and see what happens with Crosby. But if you're a Chargers,
do it. What are you waiting for? You got cap space. You can fold it in. You can give him an extended deal if that's something that makes him happy.
But if he doesn't work, I believe they'd also have the out, wouldn't they? Didn't we look that contract up?
I don't know if he's going to want a new deal as a part of a trade. That's the other part of this that you have to remember. A lot of times these guys get traded, and then immediately it's like DJ Moore's, I think, already signed or had another year guaranteed of his contract.
Yeah, 2028.
There's some of that stuff that happens here when you are dealt. When you look at the receivers who are on the open market, the Niners are dealing with this when you look at the available wide receivers. Mike Evans?
He wants to go back to Tampa. He
probably does.
Career guy.
And I certainly would love to root for Mike Evans. And, if he's on my team. I love Mike Evans. He's been a great player for 10. Is he good anymore? Do you trust that he can be a top-end guy?
No.
Tyreek
he's
Hill?
a piece.
Right?
Most of these guys are pieces.
And I think a lot of teams need a guy. You need a number one weapon, and you need somebody that defenses have to game plan around and worry about and can beat you. And I still think A.J. Brown has the ability to do that.
I agree.
And I think a lot of his frustrations in, Tennessee first and then Philly came from not playing with a great quarterback who's not great at throwing the football. And so he still put up 1,000-yard seasons despite their inability to throw the football in Philadelphia and Jalen Hurts' putrid numbers. That to me is just a match made in heaven because of Herbert's ability and Mike McDaniels, the offense coordinator.
Loaded third hour of the radio program, fourth hour around the corner as well. Dirt and Sprague, we're back with more. Hour number 3 on 105.1 The Fan and The Fan Sports Network.
Cashback is not.
AM.
First on The Fan, the Portland Trail Blazers in Houston tonight to wrap up a 5-game road trip. They're going to be missing Chris Murray, at least most likely. He's questionable, and Denny Avdia doubtful because of lingering back issues. The Rockets 6.5-point favorites right now. Tip-off at 5 p.m. on KATU. Channel 2.2. Over on the Diamond, Japan gets their first win in pool play in the World Baseball Classic. They crushed Chinese Taipei early this morning, 13-0 behind a grand salami from Shohei Ohtani. 5 RBIs overall. The United States getting going tonight in the Classic. They face Brazil in pool play. First pitch at 5 p.m. on Fox. And over to golf, the second round of the Arnold Palmer Invitational. already in progress down in Orlando. On the course, actually, on the 5th green, Ludwig Oberg, he is sitting at 8 under in second place through 5. Daniel Berger sitting at the top overall on the leaderboard at 9 under. He actually gets going in about an hour. Colin Morikawa sitting at 3rd in 6 under. He gets going just after 10 this morning. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schultze from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of Dirt and Sprague. Weekday morning 6 to 10 a.m. The Fan Sports Network. 105.1 FM and 1080 a.m.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3, Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube.
Magic Johnson.
Call it the Fan Sports Network. Happy Friday, everybody.
He better have a good day, man. It's
You know what they say.
Here we go.
It's time to go, Scoot. It's time to go.
he needs a game. He just needs one game.
I need about a
Silence
month
it
of games
for-
at this point.
No,
but
I'm
yeah.
just saying, like himself.
Yes.
He has another bad game. I'd imagine that confidence is completely shot.
At that point, I'm then making fun of myself from last summer of like, should we just play Blake Wesley over him? When I asked who was the cat we just signed? Didn't we just sign another guard?
Youngblood.
Youngblood. Where's our Youngblood? Bring him up.
Yeah.
Get him in there over Scooter.
Tough. It's tough right now for old Scooter.
It's been a rough go. We'll start the third hour of the show with a hard-hitting question that we always like to do around here. We ask the hard questions. You know, we tackle the tough topics around here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you'd be a good pimp?
No. I'd be awful.
You're not hard-edged enough to be you'd be too lenient of a pimp?
Both ways.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be like, hey, top moneymaker, you know, I support that. I think you're a great employee. He's having a hard day. His wife just left him.
He doesn't have all the money to
We're going to
pay.
have 5% discount. And then the other side, she'd come back.
You're walking around giving discounts on a case-by-case basis.
I'd be the guy that gets
$10 off, buddy.
$10 off, all right?
I'd be the guy that gets backhanded by the worker because
losing.
she'd be like, I'm not giving you that cut. And I'd be like, I need that cut. And then bam, I'm getting hit. Now she's kind of in control.
You don't got that gator in you? Is that what you're telling me?
I got that gator in me, dude.
Schultze, you think you'd be a good pimp?
Hell no. Are you kidding me? I'd be a terrible drug dealer. I'd be a terrible pimp.
You'd be a bad drug dealer?
Yeah, I'd just be sampling the product too much. I
that's
know
true.
that I could not do
You
it.
couldn't be James Franco in Pineapple Express?
If you were a drug dealer, would you be like a I want to talk to you drug dealer, or would you just get the deal done and get out?
Hey, man, I just want to be your friend.
Yeah, I'm not James Franco in Pineapple
I would be
Express.
James Franco.
I want just get the hell out, dude.
So you want to do some of this? You want to hang around for a little bit?
You stay for 20 minutes and then leave, so that if you're being watched at the time, you weren't.
How do you know
maybe
that,
giving
Schultze?
off the vibe?
It is funny to rewatch that
We
movie,
know.
by the way.
We all know.
You rewatch Pineapple Express and you go, dude, they're just on every corner now, and this guy was living in a tree half the time because he was scared and paranoid. I'm already here in the dumpster, so I might as well just stay here.
I know drug dealers still exist, but RIP to the drug dealers, man.
But no, I would rock the living hell out of a fur coat.
Dude, it would be pretty fun.
I'd love a drop top
Would you have a cane?
car. No, I wouldn't do the cane.
You wouldn't want the cane?
No. I'd have the SGA fur coat.
Gotta have a fur coat.
I would have no authority
I'd
whatsoever.
have the big watch.
Big watch.
Something flashy,
yeah.
or like a big chain.
Some
something
animal
like that.
skinned shoes. Maybe some gator skin belts or something. You
I'd
go
be
that
too
route?
friendly with my workers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'd be like, hey,
I'm too
good
nice.
job today.
You got to be mean to be a good pimp.
Just give me like $15. I'm hungry.
Well, what kind of pimp do we think they hired at Cal State Bakerfield to coach your basketball team? Because that was in the news yesterday, and I think all of us had to do like a quadruple take of like, wait, what?
Yeah. A pimp?
Huh?
Right.
Yeah, well, you're not hearing that wrong. I'm sure most have heard this story by now, but if you have not, let me entertain you for a brief moment. Cal State Bakerfield, that is a university. They have a basketball program, and it was determined and found out after somebody wrote an anonymous letter for a tip that their assistant basketball coach, Kevin Mays, was accused of moonlighting as a pimp. So, basketball coach by day, pimp by night. It also says that he worked in 4 different states as a pimp.
Yep. He was
and if he's
going
in
across state
California,
lines.
maybe he was pimping up in Oregon. Maybe he's walking around 82nd.
I didn't see the states that were listed for it. But
I tend to think if you're a pimp, you're staying regional, right? Like, that wouldn't make a lot of sense to be a pimp in California, Oklahoma, New Jersey, and Tennessee. You know what I mean? Like, I think if you're running across state lines, you're going to want to be.
I think you're
contiguous
saying
state
something
lines.
you know nothing of. I think that's what you're doing. I think you're trying to be logical in a world that
I
you
know,
don't live in.
I know my pimping world. I'm in on my pimping.
I
listened to 50 Cent back in the day.
Look,
I'm a PIMP.
It is a terrible thing that exists, but who didn't back in their youth just say, keep your pimp hand strong? Like,
we all did.
All the kids were walking around saying that unfortunate term. This is a wild story.
Yes, it is. So he was accused of moonlighting as a pimp.
An assistant coach of a
For a
college
basketball
program. And by the way, did you see how he got caught?
It was an anonymous letter, right? Somebody wrote a letter?
No, somebody sent an email to the
Or
head
an email,
coach
yeah. People don't write letters anymore.
and was like, hey, he's doing this, this, and this. And instead of confronting, the head coach just emailed it to the HR rep.
Yes.
They then called the authorities. They then did the investigation on the low and found out, indeed, he is doing this. And then they arrested him.
The tipster wrote, fix it or the whole staff will fall. First warning and a final warning. And if you're wondering what the other ramifications has been, the head coach and the athletic director also have stepped down in the last 24 hours.
They also played a game yesterday, and they lost 86-84 to Cal State Northridge.
Can we give them a round of applause for only losing by 2? What's harder to overcome, your head coach getting arrested for illegally gambling with the mob, or your assistant coach being a pimp, and then your head coach and AD having to step down because of said pimp?
That's a tremendous poll question.
What's harder to overcome?
I'm gonna
Because
say
we
it's
won our
college.
first game, didn't we? The post-Billups game, didn't we kill somebody?
Remember, I Sprague line.
Yes, because you're like,
It
this
was
is
the
going to be
Warriors.
rallying the troops, and they scored like 180 points.
Everybody thought Tiago was a genius because of that one performance.
They did.
I'm going to say it's actually the college. It's
You
the
think it's
pimp
college?
game. Yeah, because
Pimping ain't easy.
the pimp game versus the gambling game is different. Those are paid professional athletes. Cal State Bakersfield players, what are they making? The Roadrunners aren't making any. Their NIL is nothing.
No, they're not getting anything.
So they have no leadership. Their coach is quitting. Their AD is stepping. Like, there's no leadership there. They're all just 18 to 22-year-olds living and fighting for their dream with nobody to help guide them. The NBA is like, I'm showing up in my Maserati.
Yeah, I'm still making $40 million
I'm
this
making
year.
$40 million. Yeah, my coach got busted for inside gambling fraud. Whatever. I thought I knew him. I'm still going to make, fill in the blank $100,000 to
My
me.
career is not changing.
Yeah.
I'll be okay.
Yes.
That's a good point. He is facing, Mays is the pimp who got arrested, he's being held without bail. A rap sheet of 11 criminal and misdemeanor charges, including felonies such as pimping, 1. He was also charged with possession of automatic firearms and high-capacity magazines, possession of methamphetamine and marijuana with the intent to sell. He also, separate charges have cited him with possession of more than 600 images of youth or child pornography and distribution of obscene matter involving someone under the age of 18.
I'd also make a counterpoint.
Like, if you're Cal State, you just got to shut down the program at this point, right? Like, what are we doing here?
You got to move on. I mean, unless you financially can't afford to run the team,
Sure, good.
you should keep it going. You just got to do a full reset and flush out.
He has pled not guilty to all charges.
The Chauncey not guilty, huh?
I didn't do any of this.
Wait till we
Until
talk
we got
to
child porn on your phone. What the hell are you talking about? I didn't do it.
The thing about it is, again, why the college one is harder to overcome. At least with Chauncey, the whole staff stayed.
That is true.
This
the head
is-
coach is out.
From top down, the athletic department for
Yeah.
your program, it's gutted. It doesn't exist, and they're restarting from zero. So, again, I'm going to vote college. The other unfortunate thing is we, in the culture of America, made the word pimp way too cool.
We did make it a really cool word.
Pimping ain't easy. We had a wrestler coming out, The Godfather.
We did.
Pimping ain't easy. You made terms like keep the backhand strong. It was too trendy, way too cool. I remember a kid from my high school when I graduated. I saw a friend from high school I hadn't seen in about a year. And I asked about a mutual friend of ours that, I kind of grew up with. And I was like, what's he doing? He's like, he's pimping. What? He's got a couple girls. And I'm just like, it became a cool thing, life to try to do.
It did, yeah. Who was the husky that was a pimp?
Vanoy Overton.
Was that it? It was after he was done playing, though, right? Am I right on that? But didn't he get arrested for being a pimp?
Well, maybe Overton was just engaging with young women. I don't remember if he was actually
Maybe it wasn't pimping. He was just
trafficking.
underage.
Yeah, I don't know if I remember Vanoy Overton having a thing.
Okay.
And I don't know if it was pimping or if it was something else.
Yeah, I'm going to try and pull up an article here and see what was going on. Yeah, I don't know. To your point, maybe not pimping. Maybe it was just sleeping with underage girls,
I think it was
which is horrible.
an underage girl story. Which most of these stories involve that too.
For the most part, they do, and trafficking is a big part of that as well. Yeah, you're spot on that we have made it very cool in our society. It's one of my favorite Seinfeld episodes ever when Kramer becomes the fake pimp. He gets the jacket and he's wearing it, and then the hat gets blown off the old lady's head, and it's a fur hat, and he's got a cane, and then he's got his car parked in a lot, and the guy in the lot is allowing people to use the parked cars to have sex, and he's trying to get them out of the car, and he gets arrested for being a pimp.
The cultural impact of music glorifying pimping. You think of the movie How High, and you got Mike Epps' character, give me my baby powder, and you put some baby powder in the hands, and you'd slap people in the face. I mean, there's just so many things. And again, we cannot undersell the impact of The Godfather. The WWE wrestler coming out with the train.
For our era.
And the music was just unbelievable.
Yeah, 30 days in a prostitution case. So I think he was in
Vanoy Overton?
Yeah. Sentenced Tuesday, 30 days in jail after pleading guilty to promoting prostitution. He was arrested in June after undercover officers contacted an 18-year-old woman about a prostitution in the area known for the activity. The woman told them her boyfriend Overton had brought her to the area and told her to perform acts of prostitution. She led them to Overton, who was arrested and spent a month in jail. So we got a new pimp in college basketball. Well, no longer. He's out, and he's going to go. He's going to go to prison for a long time.
See you later.
My favorite point of this story, I always love when you get the behind-the-scenes person trying to put a positive spin on this. And what's the name of the lady here? Some gal who works, Jennifer Self. She is the senior director of strategic communications for Cal State Bakersfield. Was the one who had to give the comment because the athletic director's he's out. The head coach is out. So you're like, we need somebody to give a statement to ESPN on this story. She was the sacrificial lamb. And she said, quote, "We view this as a moment and an opportunity to take a broader look at our athletic programs. Take a look at the needed structural and administrative changes to better align the program with the university's mission and values." Like not having a pimp on your basketball staff, maybe that's a good place to start.
Well, and to be fair, too, the coach stepped down. He was not aware this was happening. And unfortunately, I think he's going to be tied to this.
Yeah, you will always be tied. If this happens inside your this is like what's the institutional control thing for the NCAA?
Right.
You got a pimp on your staff.
Yeah.
You don't need to know, but if you don't know, that's kind of on you.
You just got to wonder how many signs there were in these meetings, in these coaches' film sessions.
Is he backhanding players in film sessions?
I mean, what is he saying? What's he doing? Is he acting totally normal and just texting a lot?
I think he's also hawking methamphetamine on the sides.
Yeah.
It's,
Why are you hanging out with so many ladies, man? Like, a lot. I thought you were married. What the hell?
Now, here's another question. You taking this job? Because I'm taking this job.
I'd take that job in a heartbeat if I'm a basketball coach.
It's wide open.
Yes.
Yeah. They're at the literal bottom, so you're going to get time to build.
Yeah. The bar is so low.
If you have a bad year, too, what happened? Dude, we had pimping going on here. I'm still flushing the pimping out. You got an extended period here as a coach.
You absolutely do. That's a great point.
Dude, you're not going to get paid all that much, but enough to be kind of an underrated king in Bakersfield. You ever been to Bakersfield? It sucks.
Bakersfield sucks.
It's terrible.
There's
Bakersfield
nothing in
is
Bakersfield.
garbage.
Yeah.
So, you get to kind of live like a king in Bakersfield. You get a high-rise apartment, and you're going to get at least 4 years skating off the...
You get yourself a stable of girls. You start working, right? You're making good money.
No.
Well, come on. They got to leave a plan of
It's a very easy, this is why year 3 we didn't win yet.
Gator don't mess around, man.
Year 4, you take the step. You get at least a 4-year run-up with this.
I still say to this day it's hard out here for a pimp.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't?
I say it all the time.
It was a whole movie.
It's hard out here.
Flow.
It's hard out here for a pimp.
And we're at the end of that movie. Yeah, you go back to that hoe. We were rooting for it. It's crazy. It won Oscars.
Think there are any other coaches in college b-ball doing this?
Somebody said Oregon was one of the states listed.
There you go. I didn't see that.
Somebody said Schulte would have a fur Mariners starter jacket getting slapped around by them ladies.
It'd be teal.
I could see it.
It'd be flying around.
Teal.
Yes, it would.
Yeah. What if this cat was on 82nd at one point? Nobody knew it.
And you were trying to sell Girl Scout cookies by him.
I bet you he bought.
I bet you he did. With all that meth money and that pimping money. Things are going better at other programs. Oregon's had a rough year. You guys just fired Wayne Tinkle and you're not spending any money. And your AD's head's buried in the sand. He doesn't know what day of the week it is. But at least we didn't hire a pimp.
Yeah.
We got that going for us.
We got that going for us.
We got that going
Thanks for
us.
the positive uplifting. You got that going for us.
You got to find glass half full.
I argue it would have been a little bit better. More eyes on the program if that news would have broken. Just
More
saying.
believable pimp.
I don't
Wayne
think
Tinkle or Dana Altman?
Oh, Tinkle.
Not playing this game.
Tinkle. Come on.
Thanks for playing, Jolty.
You're welcome.
We're back after this on The Fam.
The new home AM.
A couple of quick points, and we'll get to some news out of the NFL. One listener saying this conversation is in top 3 of uncomfortable conversations of this week. That could be a good fun poll question.
Top 3, uncomfortable.
What's your top 3?
Story.
Foot fetish talk,
Yeah.
pimpin' talk.
Yeah.
What would be third?
To be fair, though, like, this is a real sports story. The foot thing just kind of happened.
Just, when it happens, it
we
happens.
We didn't just start diving into the conversation of, like, hey, pimpin', super cool word.
Hey, Schultz, who do you think has the best feed at the Fan?
Dude, come
on.
What
the hell are we even doing?
No. We're not doing
No.
Another one, Pimp My Ride, is a great poll, too. I loved that show.
That show
what
had a
happened
good...
to Exhibit? What's he doing now?
X to the Z, man.
His album, Relentless, criminally underrated.
His appearances on The Chronic 2001,
yes.
underrated.
He had a moment. Is he still around?
If you told me Exhibit was performing and I could walk near it, I'd go listen.
You could probably get it like on, the country like event tour, like a county kind of event. What are those like city fairs?
County fair?
State fair?
Yeah.
Not even like that, but like a Tualatin like weekly event. That's the kind of stuff that like Exhibit would be at.
I know Ludacris was at the state fair like a couple years ago.
He was.
And then I just drove by, speaking of our delightful friends at A. You know who's performing at A?
Who's going up to A?
The new billboard. Flo Rida.
Flo. He'll spin you right round.
Yes, he will.
I think Lil Jon was actually at the state fair last summer, too.
There you go.
Little John at the state
Let's go.
Yeah. No,
fair?
my wife and I were legit considering going down. They were like, dude, $50 a ticket, that'd be kind of fun.
That's state fair music now? We're booking Little John's?
Well, it's us. It's guys and gals in their 30s and 40s.
The Ludacris concert we actually thought about going to at the state fair, and the tickets at a minimum were like $140. And I'm like, I'm not going to the state fair.
You can literally
walking through cow crap to listen to Ludacris.
You can go see Exhibit in New Mexico on March 14th. He's in Houston in April.
I'll be sure to fly to
He's
New
still
Mexico
torn. He's still going.
He's still torn.
That show only had a 2-year.
It was a quick run, but it was
became the same. Like it's the crappiest of cars.
It was the most funny thing though was the fact that people would like have a profession or something that they would want. Like, could you do this? It would make my life a lot easier. And then they would slightly do that, and then the dumbest thing possible of like, how about we put a coffee maker in your trunk? You're like, what?
You're already tired. You work a sales job.
Now you can open this up.
You got espresso in your trunk.
Here's your trunk. It's
they
gonna
put
spill
a
coffee everywhere.
Candy maker in one guy's
No, that
trunk.
kind of
It's
stuff.
like,
It's like, what are we doing here? Well, because why not?
Well,
I
it
guess
also
is the
depended on the
response.
car you got, right? Like if they gave you a van with no windows, you're like, dude, the idea and possibilities are endless here. If they gave you like a little Toyota Corolla,
there's not a lot of room there.
You're like, this car's not going to be that amazing, and it was always like a highlighter yellow would be the interior, and
I love Pimp My Ride. Great show, great callback right there. We do have a bit of news out of the National Football League. Boy, oh boy, where this one did not end up well. Where's Mina Kimes at now, huh? Mina, what are you going to say about this one?
You have a thing where, like, all these pundits will say takes, and you just hold Mina Kimes accountable. It's a little odd.
Being right against Mina Kimes one time in my life is enough for me. I can now die a happy man.
It was another Mina
Did you have another
Kimes
football take that I beat?
Yeah, I can't remember what it was, but it was another one. I'm like, Mina Kimes. Oh, it was the Josh Allen one.
Oh, yeah. I just happened to have seen a video on my algorithm of her bashing the pick, and I know that was
because she's literally the only one people want to dunk on, even though all these other idiots say stuff all the time.
I'm not going the sexist, racist angle out. That's not the angle I'm taking. Seems like you kind of did a little bit. The Josh Allen one I brought up because I had the same takeaway when he came out of the draft. We all laughed at that pick. This guy sucks. He completed 40% of his passes at Wyoming. We were all wrong on that.
Kind of proved our point in the first season.
He was really bad early on. This one, I mean, it aged terribly for the Raiders, and it aged perfectly for the Seahawks. They are releasing Geno Smith, barring a trade at the start of the new league year, if I could talk, which, breaking news, it will not happen. They will save $8 million in salary cap space while taking on $18.5 million in dead money. So they're going to have $18 million dead money on their cap next year to not have Geno Smith play it down for them, and his 1-year era as an Las Vegas Raider has come to an end.
Just a horrific season. You pair that with what Seattle did, getting rid of him and bringing in a different quarterback that we all debated about this time a year ago. It's just a disaster situation unfolding the way that it went with Pete Carroll, Geno Smith, new regime, here we go. And after that first week 1 win against
the New England Patriots.
The New England Patriots on the road.
Didn't beat anybody all year, Patriots.
They won 2 games the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about Geno. Are you more likely to bet on that he is the next Minnesota guy and they want to give Niner competition and one more go-round, or are you more likely to say he's going to land somewhere as one of the premier backups in the National Football League?
Yeah, if it's a backup role, I'd be okay with it. I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole if I needed somebody to rely on to play football.
So if you're
next
Minnesota,
year.
like
I'm
we're
not
doing a show in
going
Minnesota,
anywhere
you're saying
near
get
it.
out.
Kyler Murray in a heartbeat over Geno Smith.
Wow.
Dude, he's 35 years old.
Yeah.
He is. I mean, it really.
Kyler's going to cost you more.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah.
I also think he's younger and has more of a runway to actually be a starting quarterback. Like Geno's done. He's 35 years old. There's not going to be a third career arc here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's really 1.5 good years that he had. Can we contextualize this a little bit now? His last year in Seattle, he was dog ass. He threw 15. It was 21 touchdowns, 15 picks.
He was good in the spots that he had to sub in for Russ when Russ.
That's
got
what I'm saying.
injury.
So he came in and was 5 touchdowns, 1 pick. Well, first year he was there, he essentially didn't play.
Yeah.
Second year was the year that Russ got hurt. 5 touchdowns, 1 pick, and it was like, hey, that's not bad. And then his first year as a starter, so they move on from Russ. He was 30 touchdowns, 11 picks, and it was this, oh my God, they wrote me, I didn't write back. That was the Geno Smith moment. Every year since then, his numbers have gotten progressively worse, culminating last year in 19 touchdowns, 17 picks, and barely 3,000 yards, and flipping off his own fan base. He's 35 years old.
Yep.
He's not a great locker room guy. He never really has been.
He's about himself a lot.
He got punched in the face by a teammate early in his career. It was last year in Seattle, he was throwing checkdowns because he didn't care about winning games. He wanted to hit his completion percentage number, which he did, 70%, and he got his bonus, but it was to the detriment of the win-losses of the team. Like, if I need a backup and somebody, like, if my guy goes down, can you count on Geno for a game or two? Then I'm okay with signing him. If I'm one of these teams that's legitimately, like, I think Minnesota legitimately wants a new starting quarterback, I would not touch him with a 10-foot pole.
I think he's more. It's going to be interesting to see what the opportunities are that become available to him, because I would look at a place like Miami, for instance, and say they're going to get out of Tua. He's not going to cost a lot. Serviceable starter to the point where he's not going to cost you draft positioning.
Well, he's going to be a free agent,
often.
because he's going to get cut. You got to sign him as a free agent.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I think places like Miami are going to be prone to opening this up, but
if I'm Miami too, and I see I don't think you're wrong. If I'm a Miami fan, just play Quinn Ewers. You're going to suck. Play Quinn Ewers for a year.
I have no problem with that either. If that's the direction they go to see
what
Quinn
happens.
Ewers is and be terrible, sure.
Yeah.
Jets reunion?
That would be really funny.
I mean, they might be drafting a defensive player at 2.
They're going to need a quarterback. They don't know who's going to start for him.
Just saying.
What's Zach Wilson up to these days? Bring him back.
Tyrod Taylor?
Might end up being
Would
the
you
guy.
have Geno Smith or Tyrod Taylor?
Yeah, I give Tyrod a run at this point.
Cleveland with Monken? Just compete with Shador, Dillon, and Deshaun?
How about that quarterback room?
Oh, God.
That'll go well for you.
That'd be the all-time worst quarterback room.
Deshaun Watson, Dylan Gabriel, Shador Sanders, and Geno Smith. Because Deshaun will be in that quarterback room next year.
Who's the leader out of that group?
If he's healthy, they're going to play him.
Whoever punches Geno Smith becomes the leader.
All right, you become the alpha dog.
It's like a prison situation. You got to beat the toughest guy up to establish dominance.
Yeah, just call that guy Ish. How'd you do it? What, you just knock him on the side of the face or undercut to the jaw?
Imagine being Dylan Gabriel. 2 years ago, you have an undefeated college year, and then fast forward to second year in your career, you're in a quarterback room with Geno Smith, Deshaun Watson, and Shador Sanders.
Welcome to the NFL, buddy.
You are in the back of that room going, what has happened to my life?
Remember when I was Dante Moore's mentor and Will Stein told me I was great and I was best friends with,
that's
Terrence Ferguson, and it was all awesome.
I mean, I think you just have to look at the teams that are going to need a quarterback but don't expect the world. Like Miami being bad next year, I don't think they're mad about it. Arizona being terrible next year, I don't think they're mad about it.
And you could be very bad with Geno Smith. He just quarterbacked a team to the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah.
So to the point of go get, let Quinn Ewers start. Like, Geno will pile up some losses for you next year. At the age that he's at now, 35, he's going to turn 36 next year.
If Houston
it's over.
trades Davis Mills, are they a team? Kind of on the radar where you're like, you're clearly the backup, but
CJ Stroud might suck. Yeah, that could happen.
I
be
think
curious
those situations will be out there.
Yeah, what the number ends up being for him is an interesting follow in the offseason, because that is a big part of this equation. Like, are you just signing backup quarterback money that's not that it's a drop in the bucket for an NFL team? Or are you under some weird, except like he wanted a new deal in Seattle. That's part of the reason they traded him. It was either we're going to give him a new deal or he's going to be all butthurt next season.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, we're not going to deal with that. And they traded him. The Raiders gave him the new deal. And now they're eating $18.5 million in dead money to get rid of him and cut him. And so Geno Smith, we all knew that was going to happen. Nobody was going to trade for him with that contract. And so they're going to take Mendoza, number 1 overall. Not a surprise in the least, but there is your news on Geno Smith, who will be a free agent at the start of the league year. Let's get to a couple other tidbits in the National Football League. We got another rework contract, one player signing that all of a sudden became pretty sought after, already a free agent deal that has happened. And so we'll stick in the NFL a little bit longer. That's next. First, your Schultz with SportsCenter.
Now, Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, your Trailblazers back in action tonight. They're in Houston wrapping up a long 5-game road trip. Chris Murray questionable because of an illness. Denny Avdia doubtful because of those lingering back issues. The Rockets 6.5-point favorites on the betting lines right now. Tip-off set for 5 p.m. on KATU Channel 2.2. On the Diamond, a big one this morning for Japan. They get their first win in the World Baseball Classic, crushing Chinese Taipei 13-0. Mercy rule game, just 7 innings needed for that. Shohei Ohtani leading the way with 3 hits, including a grand salami. The U.S. getting going, actually, along with basically everyone else in pool play in the World Baseball Classic today. The United States facing Brazil. First pitch at 5 on Fox. A couple of NFL moves to announce. The Houston Texans signing defensive end Danielle Hunter to a 1-year, $40 million extension after he finished the season with 15 sacks. And after losing Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley in the offseason, the San Francisco 49ers hiring Bears coach Matt Eberflus as a defensive assistant. The actual title has not yet been decided upon. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Heard missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the Fan Happy Hour with Luke Anderson. Weekdays 2 to 3. The Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080. Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
All right, lots still to get to on our Friday show. Fast Break Friday, Flop Shot Friday, Forecheck Friday, Football Friday. Comment on the YouTube chat said Exhibit just released an album last year, and it's fantastic.
X to the Z's back?
I guess so. He's still releasing new music.
My wife played a T.I. song. I guess T.I. is back as well.
Which one? Touchdown? What did he go? What'd she go with?
No. He has a new song.
Oh, he has a new song.
back.
Oh, I thought you said, okay, played a T.I. song. He's got a new one.
Became a stand-up comedian for about 5 years.
Say what?
You didn't hear about that.
T.I. was a stand-up comedian?
He tried.
Okay, so it
he was
wasn't very
actually
good.
going to clubs, and then he got like a big venue booked, and
Really?
he showed up, and he lasted, I think, all of like 2 minutes, and then like people were being just brutal, so he literally walked off the stage.
Ouch.
Stand-up is hard.
Yeah, now he's back rapping about the streets.
I would never have the balls to try stand-up comedy.
Really?
I couldn't do it.
Not even like a midnight session at Helium on an off night where there's
never
no
went.
headliner?
Standing up there, everybody's
In front of
looking
4
at you.
people?
No.
Would you do stand-up in front of your coworkers?
No.
Oh,
No,
God,
I wouldn't.
That'd be the worst.
It'd be even worse.
Freaking
One of our like meetings that we have where everybody's in one room and you're at the front and you're supposed to do jokes.
There's 2 people I'll do stand-up in front of, my wife and my kid. My kid will laugh. My wife will think I'm an idiot, and that's okay because then she'll laugh at me being an idiot, so I'll get laughter either way. That's about it. Outside of that, you're not getting any stand-up comedy out of me.
Any good material in front of the wife and the kid?
I got nothing, dude. I got nothing in my bag.
Gotcha.
But that's good to know. Exhibit and T.I. are back, so that makes me feel good. Nostalgia is always a solid thing. We were sticking in the NFL just a little bit longer. How do we say the last name here? The Chargers have signed a player. You want to try? You guys know how to say the last name? Tyler.
Right.
I left this out of my update specifically because
For the reason.
Well,
I mean, I've known of him. He's been in the NFL a long time. He was a starting center for the Commanders.
I know of him too.
They cut him, and the Chargers have already signed him. The free agency hasn't even opened. How is this even allowed? I don't know. Free agency's not open yet. The Chargers have already come to an agreement with him. But there was a sense of urgency because the reason they did it was the Bears just had their starting center retire the other day. So the Chargers got rid of Bozeman, who I think legitimately was the worst, like 32 out of 32, according to Pro Football Focus of NFL centers last year. So they needed a new
Are
center.
you talking about Tyler Biadish?
Is that how you say his last name? Biadish?
Yeah, Biadish.
Okay.
The Commander guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take your
For a
word
minute,
for
I'm
it.
like, wait, what?
Who are we talking about here?
Yeah.
Biadish.
Biadish.
Okay. It is Biadasz.
There's a Z in there.
There's a Z in there.
Yeah, that always throws
There's
things
an SZ. Why is there a Z if it's Biadish? Can we spell this phonetically? Anyways, the Commanders got rid of him
It's
as a cat move.
Well,
and they
what
wouldn't get a center.
country is Biadish from? Might be phonetic for them.
I have no idea. I don't know what country it's from.
Tyler Biadish adding to the line there. Look, they're going to add line guys. Defensively, I'm kind of curious because they're really good, but they also just lost their D coordinator. I saw an interview with Harbaugh and McDaniel. Harbaugh loves the guy they promoted to DC, thinks he's going to be basically the next Jesse Minter. But the most important thing for your team right now, as you said, you've got to make sure that line is good and healthy, by the way.
Well, yeah, you got to get your tackles
And you need
healthy
to go
for
get
next
a weapon.
year.
Back to our A.J. Brown point earlier of like a weapon, line play, everything else is solid. The Chargers are ready to win if they can get the line to stay healthy and they can add a legitimate weapon for Justin Herbert.
Need the tackles back healthy. The entire interior of the offensive line will be new. Bozeman's gone. They've just brought in a new center. They cut Mekhi Becton the other day. We mentioned that when it happened. So you need 2 new guards and a new center. They've now seemingly tackled the center problem, and we'll see what they do in the guard market. We had a new contract handed out for Danielle Hunter in Houston yesterday with a 1-year, $40 million contract extension. Added on top of it, it's his second extension with Houston after signing a 2-year, $49 million deal as a free agent back in March of 2024 after his time in Minnesota. He finished with 12 sacks, was a Pro Bowler in 2024. They gave him an extension the year after that, and then also have given him another extension his second year in Houston.
Yep.
He had 15 sacks this year, third in the NFL, 15 tackles for loss, which was top 8 in the NFL, and he was second-team All-Pro. And so Houston, we know what their dominant side of the ball is. It is their defense. Hunter's a big part of that, and they just gave him a massive contract extension.
I'd imagine
for a short amount of time.
Will Anderson contract extension at some point, right? If he hasn't, has Will Anderson gotten one?
No, because they're going into year 3, so I think you can technically start doing it now, but you don't necessarily have to start doing it. Yes.
Unbelievable that the defense to me, Houston to me feels a lot like when the Rams went and got Stafford, and I know they had been to a Super Bowl with Goff, but it's just they're that caliber of team to me on that side of the ball. It's just a matter of, is Stroud going to figure it out, and when their offensive line finally be good?
Can they get healthy? Yeah, talk about weapons problem, too. I mean, at times their weapons seem good on paper, but they've had a lot of guys in and out of the lineup that haven't worked out. The Diggs move, right? He gets banged up, and so they need to stay healthy out there and up front. They've had some of those similar problems the Chargers have had. Projections of Will Anderson's deal this offseason will be 4 years, $176 million. That's just random projections, but he will get an extension according to multiple insiders this offseason. So that happened earlier in the day in the National Football League. One other note that I saw that made me chuckle because we were just talking about the team. I don't know how many times they're going to do this, how many times they're going to have to do this. I can't remember off the top of my head how long it's going to take until they can officially get out of it. But once again, the Cleveland Browns have restructured the contract of Deshaun Watson.
Saw that news this morning.
So it's going to free up close to $36 million in cap space and make the team cap compliant ahead of the new year. Obviously, he's not played in quite some time. He was set to have an $80.7 million cap hit in 2026, which was going to be the largest in the NFL. He's owed a fully guaranteed $46 million. Originally signed that 5-year deal, obviously, a couple years ago. And so they're continuing to rework this thing.
It's the last time they're going to do this because after this year,
can they get out of it after this year? Is that when the deadline is? Okay.
They'll still have to pay a pretty big premium.
Dead money chunk to get out of it.
Yeah, but this is it.
Just insanity.
What are they going to do with him, by the way? He's supposedly ready to play. Is he the starter?
Why not? You're paying him $50 million. Is he better than Shedeur Sanders?
Monken's actually been pretty complimentary of him.
Yeah, I think you have to be coming in as the new head coach. He's not going to take a dump on him yet.
I'll give you a hot take.
If you're a Browns fan, who would you want them to start?
Shedeur.
You wouldn't want to go with Shedeur?
I mean, I don't know what they're doing in the if this is it for them, if they're going to bring in somebody else, but of the options, I just want nothing to do with Deshaun. And I'm not telling you Shedeur's all-pro, he's going to lead you to wins, this, that.
Well, there's the off-the-field stuff that's just horrific.
Well, yeah, it's the off-the-field stuff, and it's also abundantly clear, like, that whole saga obviously broke him.
Yeah.
Because when he did play, he was terrible.
Awful.
So, yeah, I think I would roll the dice and just play Shedeur and try to keep Deshaun as far away as I could for the one more year before you end up moving on from him.
It is remarkable to look back to his time in Cleveland. He's played games in 3 different seasons of Cleveland. Now, he's been there for, I think this will be his 6th season there, so multiple season-ending injuries. One of those reminders, too, of, like, is karma a real thing? Probably not, but then you see these kind of stories, and you're like, yeah, keep popping your Achilles. First year in Cleveland, 6 games, 7 touchdowns, 5 picks. 2023, 6 games, 7 touchdowns, 4 picks. 2024, 7 games, 5 touchdowns, 3 picks. The highest his QB rating has ever been is an 84.3.
It's the worst acquisition you can say in sports history.
It's the worst contract ever in the history of sports.
It's not just the contract, it's the production with the player, because he could have a good year but not a good year, and that contract will look dumb.
Sure.
This is the worst move.
You've got literally nothing out of it. Literally nothing.
In sports history.
Yes. There's not one single, at least he got a year. At least he had a moment, and then it flamed out.
You can point to some bad stuff in sports with players and bringing guys in, but that's the worst one ever.
And it is, of course, the Cleveland Browns. So they've restructured it one last time to lower that cap hit. How do you feel if you're that owner, too?
Why does that guy get to own a team?
Because he's rich.
Yeah. I mean, you know my stance on
standards.
I feel like cities should be able to vote every 10 years.
Yes.
It should go up to a public vote, like a governor or a mayor. I mean, you don't want it to be too short term, but there need to be some term limits on this. And if you're doing good, just because we haven't won a championship, I'm not going to vote you out. If you're a Browns fan, you're immediately voting this guy off the island.
Yeah, it's why you don't trust the organization to be good next year.
No.
The only thing you got is Myles Garrett.
You got Myles Garrett at least.
And you got the defensive rookie of the year.
You do. I mean, it's not all defensively, they're not terrible, but just no hope on the other side of the ball. And there won't be any next year, and he might be their starting quarterback. So he's been restructured again. There is your latest tidbits out of the National Football League. We're back after this. 105.1 FM The Fan.
Big hits. Big bets. Big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
The 2-1 now. Oh, Tommy lights it up. It is gone. Oh, Tommy, of course. And the Tokyo Dome is on fire.
There's Stephen Nelson on the call, Fox. As Japan, just a wagon. Shocking. rolling in the World Baseball
Grand
Classic.
Slam last night in the Tokyo Dome. How about our
Tokyo.
guy Steven Nelson
Tokyo.
calling World Baseball Classic games in Tokyo?
Big moment for him. I heard this yesterday on Primetime and text Rop. He says Tokyo.
Tokyo.
But I think that's how they say it. He's half Japanese.
He
It's
is
a big
half,
moment for his
It's
career.
a huge moment for him. He gets to call Dodger games, and now he gets to call World Baseball Classic games in Japan.
I think that team's going to win the World Baseball Classic.
Ooh, hot take.
I know. Land Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. You can visit them at Southeast Stark Street or online at mrplywoodinc.com.
Well, somebody's brought bagels into the office, which is always a delightful thing. Shout out to the Bagel Bros out there.
That would be our boss.
Or our boss brought in Friday bagels, Ryan Cooley.
Well, it's Odyssey Employee Appreciation Day.
The company gave me 20 Odyssey bucks earlier today.
You got 20 Odyssey dollars? Did everybody get that, or just you?
I mean, I think it's just me for being awesome.
No, I got it
I
as
think
well.
everybody. Yeah, I think it's Employee Appreciation Day. I think all employees get them.
We
Check
already
your
did
email.
this,
You'll get it in there.
What do I do with my Odyssey dollars?
You can buy a water bottle. You can buy a keychain.
Don't need either of those.
You want an
mug?
Odyssey backpack?
I got too many backpacks and water bottles. I don't need a keychain.
Can't you enter like a raffle for cash? But it's like literally using your points to enter a contest. So you don't get anything.
I don't know.
Do other companies do like company dollars?
Shroot Bucks. Do you have Shroot Bucks at your company like we have Odyssey Bucks?
Does your company
503-864-6326.
Does your company have reward points?
My wife just gets a bonus.
What's that?
I don't know.
How many people, too, when you get the company bucks, don't spend it?
I've never spent them.
I never have either.
I think I have like 60.
Ooh, you're rich. Rich in Odyssey bucks?
No, I don't think that's rich.
Is that you can't buy anything cool?
The prizes you listed are like 80.
The backpacks are 80?
No, I think the backpacks are like 180.
What?
See, that's the thing is you need about 10 years of points of Employee Appreciation Day to actually even get anything.
You know, I will say a slight beef that I have is sometimes when we have new employees who we always love bringing in new people to the fold and getting to know them and see them walk around, mainly on the sales side, right? We got a lot of new people on the sales side. I'll see them walking around with Odyssey backpacks, and I think to myself, did somebody give you an Odyssey backpack? Or did you buy that with your bonus of Odyssey bucks that you got at your hiring? And if somebody gave you that Odyssey backpack, what about the old timers like us? We've been here for 15 years. Somebody buy me an Odyssey backpack.
Well, how often do you see somebody wearing random company merch? Is it often? Like, do people wear their company's merch outside of their work hours?
No. I don't think so.
Because usually it's just like team stuff.
Yeah.
Or it's a you know, unless they work for like a Nike or Adidas or something.
Sure, then it's different because then there's a swoosh on your clothes
but
at any time. Yeah.
Because I wear Nike stuff too. So
somebody said at Northwest Natural Gas we get safety points that we can buy random stuff with. Hey, look at that.
Are they good points?
Yeah. Are they good things that you can buy?
Yeah, I'm looking at a hat, a power bank, which you're talking about backpacks. Yeah. When I got hired, I'm still a part-timer, so screw that, you guys. Like, I'd take a full-time salary over a backpack any day, but I got like a power bank. And
what's
like
a power bank?
Like a wireless charger.
Why'd
okay.
you do this?
Yeah.
You're firing them up. You're
Sorry,
getting going.
Well, no, I'm just saying, so you don't get a backpack. Where's my backpack? Whatever. Spend your salary.
Why did you do that?
Take $50 to buy a backpack.
This is my fault. This is my fault.
That company, by the way.
Can we go eat, by the way, all the bagels before Meringue gets in? This needs to be a new bit that we carry over. I might go eat 10 of them.
I hate to tell you this.
He was very upset about not getting pizza the other day.
I made that joke like 4 times already to people, and people are enjoying that
They're
one.
enjoying that one a little bit?
They're enjoying that one.
It's one of those things of like when you make a big deal out of something, people are then going to continue the joke on you. I don't think that'll actually happen, but we had pizza the other day at Papa Murphy's, which, by the way, I ordered the jalapeno popper pizza yesterday because I forgot to do it last week. And we had other plans for dinner tonight, so we're not doing our normal Pizza Friday. And so I got the jalapeno popper pizza. Dude.
Really?
Delightful.
All right.
Phenomenal.
This sounds really good.
Papa Murphy's hit it out of the park. It's a limited time thing on their menu, so make sure go get it. I think it's only like 2 more weeks and it's going to be gone.
Love it, $4.25.
Love it. $4.25 gives me love constantly.
420 was right there, by the way. I mean,
it was.
That 5 degrees ain't make or break in the difference between that pie cooking.
That's a good question. What do you need? How much longer do you have to cook it for if you do 420 instead of 425?
I put it in as it's preheating.
You just throw it in there.
Yeah, it just warms up. It just starts cooking quicker. You wait for the preheat?
I do, yeah.
Oh, really?
I know. I'm a rules follower.
That's like 6 minutes of wait time. No,
it
thank
is. I'm usually standing in the kitchen waiting for the beep, beep, beep to go off that your oven's ready to go.
Air fryer and ovens. I put the food in as soon as I set it, and it just even goes through the beep, beep, beep and add the food. It's already in there, dude. I don't need to add the food.
Somebody said Home Depot did badges. Once you get a certain number of or level of badges, you would get $50. I got a Fossil watch once.
Northwest Natural not giving you past the gas bucks is like egregiously incorrect.
Yeah, he's chiming back in. It's all off-brand stuff. Like you could get AirPods, but it'll take you 3.5 years to get them, and they'll probably break within a month and a half.
Yep. Actually,
we're on the same tree.
We're all on the same tree here, dude. Every company does this.
My wife chimed in. She actually bought our blender with points, and she gets a bonus.
She got a blender?
She gets points
a blender
and a money bonus.
Is it a good blender?
It was a Vitamix, yes.
What?
The blender.
There you go.
All right, well, if you're around our office, stop by, eat some bagels before Meringue gets in, all right? We got to go pound those bad boys. Sprague already grabbed one. I might go grab one in this break. We do have a lot to get to in the final hour of the radio show. I have a random numbers check-in. For anybody who's been curious of what did this move cost, somebody put together a lot of the details of how it looks and how it's gone. And so I'll further explain that. We'll get to that in the final hour of the show. The Blazers are back in action tonight. Is anybody excited to watch?
Rockets are on a back-to-back after losing in overtime to the Warriors.
They lost to the Stephless Warriors last night.
But also go look at Şengün's line.
Uh-huh.
I think he's going to have a better game.
This is a fun one for Klingon, at least, so we got that to watch tonight. Unless he
he's
gets
coming off the
tossed.
ejection.
He's going to get a little spicy getting tossed.
Şengün gets a little spicy, too. A Şengün Klingon spice off.
Spice on spice.
I might be in on that one. Everything else is like, are they just going to put Ahmed Thompson on Scoot and continue his awful wave of play? Because I could see that happening.
Yeah, that would suck, and also be a firm reminder of how we screwed up that draft pick.
Well, we don't need to talk about that.
I mean, what are we more excited to watch tonight? Blazers versus Rockets? USA Brazil World Baseball Classic.
I'm interested.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put that up as a poll question. We got a lot to get to in the final hour of the show. Don't go anywhere. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 FM The Fan.
.105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on The Fan, the Portland Trail Blazers back in action in Houston tonight to wrap up a 5-game road trip. Chris Murray going to be questionable with an illness. Denny Avdia doubtful because of lingering back issues. The Rockets a 6.5-point favorite right now. Tip-off set for 5 p.m. on KATU Channel 2.2. On the Diamond, Japan getting their first win in the World Baseball Classic. They absolutely smashed Chinese Taipei 13-0 early this morning. Shohei Ohtani with a grand salami, 5 RBIs overall. The U.S. getting going tonight in the Classic against Brazil in pool play. First pitch at 5 p.m. That one is on Fox. Some NFL notes to talk about. The Houston Texans signing defensive end Daniil Hunter to a 1-year, $40 million extension after finishing the season with 15 sacks. And the Niners making a move after losing Robert Saleh and Gus Bradley. They're bringing in former Bears coach Matt Eberflus as a defensive assistant. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Current missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for the Oregon Ducks, the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Hey, let's do this. Final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Got a question for you.
Who's got it better than us?
We thank our fearless leader, Ryan Cooley, for bringing in bagels for the office today. We all went back there.
I don't eat the wiener.
No, we don't, but we will eat the bagel. And so I put a different kind of spread on my bagel. I went with like a salmon kind of, like a Thousand Island spread.
That's why I stayed away from it. I didn't like that color.
I don't know what it is, but it tastes kind of good. I also was in such a hurry that I didn't toast it, so I'm eating an untoasted.
I have a toasted, non-toasted enough bagel that is,
still gets the job done,
I guess.
We're getting the job done around here. We have a lot to get to in the final hour of the show today, including
Baseball stuff!
do you care? Will you watch? Are you excited?
Mm-hmm.
All of those questions will be asked. The Blazers are back in action tonight in Houston, Game 4, I believe, of the road trip. One more stop after this, and we'll get to that at some point here in this hour of radio, including just Scoot. Come on, man. Can we do something? Can I be the guy with the stick poking? Like, dude.
Give me something, man.
Something that I can be excited about. And so that will be on the docket of this hour of radio. I saw this yesterday, kind of randomly, came across the wire, and it's from somebody who covers Oregon, does a podcast, the QB11 show.
Okay.
Doug Scott is the name. I want to make sure to give proper credit here, because this is the kind of stuff that I will never do, but I'm always curious of what it says.
Okay.
So Oregon makes a move, obviously, to the Big Ten a couple of years ago, and they are now getting and releasing some of their athletic financial reports in terms of what's making them money, losing them money, travel costs, and all that. Mm-hmm. And I know that was a hotly debated thing when they left of like, how much are you actually going to make out of this? What is the additional travel cost? Is it going to be $10 million a year to travel? There were some really interesting tidbits in here. So they went over all the numbers from the last couple of years. Fiscal year 2025, so last year, revenue increased to $185.4 million, which was an increase over $16.2 million from the year previous. That's a 9.6% increase relative to the final year in the Pac-12 conference. Mm-hmm. So you take it from 2023, last year, the conference, to what they were now. They have 9.6% increase in revenue. The revenue drivers is not a surprise. Shocking. Football pays for literally everything. Mm-hmm. Every other program they have on campus is losing money.
As is the case for basically everywhere.
Everywhere. Yeah. And so you make as much of your nut as you can on football, and then you try and spread it out the rest of the way around. Football costs increased 12.9% to $60.8 million. A net surplus of football in 2025, which is last year, of $58.7 million. Yeah. So that's how much they made. Used a lot of it to foot the bill for the rest of their sports. Basketball lost money. Baseball lost money. Women's basketball, Olympic sports, obviously. Mm-hmm. Royalties and licensing jumped a little bit, a slight, $3 million increase. One of the things that I was curious about was we talked a ton about, and we still do with basketball, right? Like we just did the segment of, can a West Coast team ever win a Big Ten title in men's basketball? And you immediately pointed out, well, the women aren't having any issue with this. So I don't know if that's the primary issue.
By the way, upset Maryland yesterday.
Yes, they did. So that's pretty cool. They're pretty much locked into the NCAA tournament. But the idea of how much is it going to cost? Team travel increased. So 2024, when you look at it, it increased $2.2 million compared to that. So it's up about 25% to a total of $10.9 million. But when you go back to the last year of the Pac-12 play, it's really not that much of an increase from where it was, the thought of what it was going to be. Mm-hmm. And this stood out to me a ton. The most expensive increase in travel costs from 2023 to 2024, so last year Pac-12 play to 2024, the team that used the most expenses in traveling was football, which shocked me because they're only playing 12 games, 5 of them on the road. Now, I don't know if it has to do with the number of planes and the amount of equipment that you're taking.
I think it's the equipment part.
But you're not going
semis and stuff.
You do, but you're not going like how many road games are you playing in conference in basketball? Will you play 18 conference games?
Yeah.
So 9 of them are conference.
But you're guaranteed to play the West Coast ones.
True. So you're going on, what would that be, 7 long trips?
Yeah, whatever.
In baseball, it's series. You're there.
In baseball, it's series. You're staying.
Yeah. Plus also the amount of bodies on the team versus the
it's a much bigger
team.
roster.
Like,
I get it.
How many coaches just in football? You got like 30 coaches on a college.
I mean,
staff.
I think they take 2 chartered flights is what the travel plan is for their football team. So it's 2 flights instead of 1.
Versus flying maybe private.
That's
on
just simply. I don't know. I was reading through some of the numbers and I'm like, that's interesting that of 3/4 of the travel costs increases run directly into football and what they're spending.
You know, if you would have asked me what my guess on that, I think I would have said football. So to me, it's more about thinking the women are the 11 seed in the Big Ten tournament right now, and they just beat Maryland last night. Came down kind of the final seconds of the game. They secured it. It's been fine. The men's basketball program, to our conversations earlier this week, like we had listeners that were getting kind of pissed how undersold we have been on that program not being very good. Even
the Dan Allman one's a hot topic issue for Duck fans.
And I understand it because they made it last year, the year prior to that, you know what I mean? They've had some down years-ish, right? I kind of just look at the Big Ten stuff, and there's not an argument on the Oregon football success, even though it hasn't been a title. But you've won the Big Ten football championship. You went undefeated. You got to the semifinals last year. There's no refuting the success they've had. But I also don't think that's conference dependent. So I think if you were to evaluate this stuff, it's not that I saw a story this week that we didn't bring up where a private equity firm is actually trying to mold everybody to reshape college football, and they're basically suggesting, hey, that Pac-12 idea wasn't a bad one. And you're getting the SEC and Big Ten commissioners saying, no, we're not interested in what you're going to say.
Right.
Because they want everybody under their umbrella. But outside of football, and I think even in some ways you could argue this for football, how has it gone for you in the Big Ten? Has it benefited you? You talk about travel costs. I mean, think about if football didn't have these crazy travel costs at this number. They'd still have costs that it costs a lot.
Sure,
But the farthest trip you'd have to go is what? Is it Colorado?
Colorado, yeah, unless you had a non-conference game that was longer away than that, but not on a regular basis.
In a conference situation.
Yeah, what's further away, Salt Lake or Boulder?
Maybe L.A., Boulder, whatever.
Yeah,
you
they're
know,
all
like,
about the same.
They're all about
Tucson,
the same ballpark. So in a lot of ways, we've asked this at the start of it, and now we're 2 years in, going into 3 years in.
Mm-hmm.
Have you benefited outside of football? And I'd make an easy argument. Your football team would be no different if your conference was still around or you just, figured out a way to make it West Coast based again.
It's a tough question because I think you're certainly right that the program was in a good spot in the last year of the Pac-12, and I agree with you that I don't think it changes that much fundamentally in the short term. It's more about the question of the long term in terms of what it does for you from a recruiting standpoint to be more of a national conference, if you will. Like when they're recruiting guys, I know the coaching staff has talked about this, having the ability to sell guys from Maryland or Pennsylvania that we're going to play games in your home state and your family and friends can come see you play.
Sure.
And your time here, that they've talked about how much that has helped them. And I also do think, as dumb as it is, because I've looked at the Big Ten since they stepped foot in there, and I know the conference has won 3 straight national championships. My team's not a part of that. But I didn't ever view the Big Ten as this juggernaut conference, but I do think it's up to the profile of Oregon football playing the Ohio State game, the Big Ten championship game, I just think you're on a bigger stage than you were before.
You're on a bigger stage, but I disagree slightly with the profile. I don't think your profile was already established. You were Oregon.
Yeah. I do think there was a level of respect that was gained, although probably disappeared rapidly with the way they lost the Rose Bowl last year, with them coming into the conference and going undefeated and winning it in the first year.
But they were always kind of the thing they allotted themselves and earned themselves over the last 15 odd years was the respect of the college football public until they couldn't beat
until you can't win
team,
the big
right?
X, Y, and Z.
So you lose to LSU or Auburn or whoever. You always went into a year Oregon was going to be in the top 10 or hovering in that or hovering in the top 5.
Right.
And I don't think the conference affiliation, in some ways in the recruiting trail, I still think you recruit at the level you do because Lanning is an animal at that stuff.
Yeah.
I think I push back just a little bit on the way that your program is viewed. Now, going to Iowa right? Random game to pull. But going to Iowa and winning in that fashion in piss-down rain, I think there's a little bit of like, hey, look at Oregon's a Big Ten team now. Like, there's maybe a little bit to that. But I think overall the same reputation, thoughts, and feelings of Oregon
haven't changed that much.
Haven't changed much at all. You've just had an opportunity to play some of these other teams. You played Michigan in a down year. You beat Ohio State at home. You went undefeated, and you've beaten Penn State at Penn State. You won the Big Ten title game. Like, you've had some success in things to point at to say this doesn't happen if we're in the Pac-12.
Right.
But I think largely the way the program's viewed isn't really different.
I would say of all the programs that have probably benefited the most, it's baseball, because Big Ten baseball sucks.
I was going to say the baseball team maybe benefits the most because that
terrible, dude.
Because the conference doesn't exist in baseball. Yeah. Basketball, I'd argue
it's been detrimental to basketball. Yeah, because it's a tougher conference to compete in, and it seems like a tall mountain to climb right now.
Look at the coaches in that conference.
Yes, it's loaded. And the reason why they did it, by the way, so for those wondering of like, hey, what are all the finances on media rights deal and all that? The last year Oregon was in the Pac-12, and the last year the Pac-12 existed as was 2023. Oregon's media take-home in 2023 from the Pac-12 rights deal was $20.8 million. Mm-hmm. They are currently still under their half share of a Big Ten agreement, so they're bringing home 50% of the Big Ten share. You know how much they brought home in revenue from the Big Ten media rights deal last year? $49.1 million. So even from a 50% share standpoint, that is up 74% from what they were making in the last year of the Pac-12. And so to the question of what has it benefited, you're certainly making strong arguments, and I don't know if both of us are kind of arguing around in a circle and both semi-right or semi-wrong. This is the reason why they made the move, is that Pac-12 TV deal
it didn't exist.
It didn't exist, and then it was Apple TV, and it wasn't going to be $20 million a year, and you're on a 50% share, and you're bringing in $50 million, and that's a huge part of why your athletic department turned a surplus. Here's the numbers, by the way, on specific sports. Men's basketball last year spent $14 million, lost $2.4. Mm-hmm. Women's basketball spent $6.7 million, lost $4.9 million. Mm. Other men's sports spent so all the other men, like Olympic sports and stuff, spent $11.1 million, lost $9.2 million, and all the other women's sports spent $19.9 million and lost $16.3 million.
They're still going to have that White House meeting today.
Yes,
despite having
Clay Travis is there. We'll get to the bottom of the important issues.
Clay Travis is part of that meeting?
Clay Travis is there because we want power brokers who are inside, who are dealing with this day in and day out and know how to solve the real concrete problems that we're facing.
Not sports political grifters.
Why would we get active coaches or active people?
We got Urban there.
Yeah.
Saban's going to be there.
Sabes is going to be there.
They're all going to fix this today.
Yes. Tim Tebow, unfortunately, cannot be there.
It's not going to be an odd meeting at all, given everything going on around the world right now.
Still going ahead as planned.
Man.
Yeah, I saw Clay Travis being
Heather
there.
Heather Dinich is going to be there. She was like, I'm going to be at this.
Is she covering it or actually a part of the panel?
I think she's covering it.
Ah, okay. Going to stand and scribe on the side? Yeah. I mean, we got some serious problems. I don't give them any benefit to fix any of them. But
it's not, nothing's going to get solved in that meeting.
But I've just been curious of what have the numbers look like, and I just randomly saw that thread yesterday, and I'm like, dude, somebody put it all together. So shout out to Doug for doing that, because I was curious to look through some of the financial details.
The one thing I go back to is I wish cooler heads would have prevailed in all of this, not just our conference, but of like, you want to do a football-only thing because that makes a lot of money. I get it. And then maybe just keep everything else as is.
Yeah, or just, come to a rational agreement on a TV extension before USC and UCLA bolt that doesn't make you $50 million a year, but can you get 30? And is that enough to keep everybody satisfied and happy? Maybe some unequal revenue distribution for the good teams and the bad teams to get the good teams a little bit more money. Like, there were ways around this. We just shot ourselves in the foot 37 times.
I think if you were to ask execs making decisions like that, if you would have evaluated the Pac-12 in its last year go-around, and we noted that as it was going on, I would imagine True Serum would tell you some of those execs regret not saying, maybe we should have just hubbed into the West Coast entirely, given where USC was good. You had Oregon was good. Washington went to the national championship.
Last year, the Pac-12, they were in the national championship game.
Utah was pretty consistent and stable. You had all those footprints that existed, and I think given what the Big 12's kind of been.
Should have just stolen their teams, man. We needed to be mean. We didn't. Our pimp hand wasn't strong enough.
West Coast, a little soft. West Coast,
too soft on the. Then we got some Washington State professor. We should get $50 million a school. Say no to the deal.
Insane. There needs to be a 30 for 30.
That guy better not have a job anymore. If you're working in any sort of economics profession saying
Yeah.
you should get $50 million a school and you're like, fire that guy immediately.
A fun local 30 for 30, if somebody could create it, is literally the day of the Pac-12 Media Day.
The death of the Pac-12.
I mean, it was the death of the Pac-12 because they had no announcement.
I'll
That
never
was the first. I was
Yes.
like, this is over. And then all the local people, West Coast people, no, they got a media deal. It's going to be announced today. And I'm like, yeah, right. And then during the show, it's over. And I'm like, yeah.
That was such a wild day. I'll never forget the scene of the Oregon Board of Trustee who had already scheduled a tea time was like, nah, I'm not canceling this tea time. And they were having the vote over Oregon going to the Big Ten, and everybody had to zoom in
Wasn't
or
he
FaceTime
on
in.
the golf
He was
course?
on the golf course, like hitting a sand wedge. Yeah, yes, I vote yes.
Yay.
Now watch this shot out of the sand. Are you excited for this? We'll get to that coming up next on The Fan.
When the tournament moment calls for bold, break your beak. Beak Breaker IPA from Pelican Brewing. Enough to break your beak, not your bracket.
Errant pass, and it's picked off. The read by Dante Sensori Hercules. Cameron Williams down the lane. Williams and one.
Here's the situation. It's over. We think.
They won the game. From the sound of the crowd, there were dozens of them in attendance.
Mighty Pepperdine, Portland.
Portland beat Pepperdine 77-68 in the first round of the WCC tournament.
At this point, the women have a bye.
They play the Cougs today. Bring it on, Cougs.
They play the Cougs, who are not amazing. If they win that, I don't think Swag's going to be back here till next Wednesday.
Dude, it'll be back in May.
How about the Pilots finally beating Pepperdine for the first time this year? Congratulations.
Were they winless against Pepperdine this year?
Yeah, they went over against the worst team in the WCC.
Well, no longer. Bracket Buster Report brought to you by Beak Breaker IPA from Pelican Brewing, packed with citrus hops, killer aroma, and a smooth finish. Beak Breaker enough to break your beak, not your bracket.
Hey, hop heads. Look
Well, it's been a fun little Friday show. We've talked pimping, exhibit, NFL moves. Been a lot going on. Playing sports by yourself as a kid, pretending as a kid. Does that still happen? Is it a thing?
Dante Moore, not a top 5 college
Dante
quarterback.
Moore. Nobody's giving us a chance. How could I forget that?
I teed you up for that one.
You did. That was right up my alley. Something is starting tonight. I'll get to that in a moment. Just a quick add-on to a segment that we did briefly, last hour, I believe, and that is on the idea of A.J. Brown getting traded. He has not been traded. There's not breaking news. But Diana Rossini did add to it because she's been the one that's reporting on this morning, that the Eagles and the teams that are involved in A.J. Brown conversations. Now, I don't know if this is just, hey, can we start pushing the ball down the field a little bit more aggressively here because we want some action on this. She is claiming that both sides of these conversations, so the Eagles and the teams they're talking to, they want this situation resolved in the next couple of days because they want to be able to move on to free agency if we don't get A.J. Brown. Like, that was part of the Bills' move yesterday that was interesting of they were certainly, I'm sure, in the mix for A.J. Brown. Maybe the asking price was too much, and they were like, dude, let's be the first team that pivots because who are the other guys that will be available via trade? Not talking free agency wide receivers. We don't think we're going to get him because the price is too steep. Let's go to option 2 because by the time A.J. Brown comes off the market, then everybody's going to have to pivot to their option number 2 and who they want to go get. And so I don't know if this is just one side trying to get a little more action going or if this is genuine, but she is saying that they're trying to get to a resolution on this in the next couple of days. So maybe A.J. Brown's traded over the weekend.
Be cool to come in Monday with an A.J. Brown trade.
Where's he going to play? We'll find out. Also, could Dallas turn Micah Parsons into Kenny Clark and Max Crosby?
That would be... Suddenly we're not laughing at Jerry Jones.
That's a
Dan
good move.
Orlovsky looks like a genius because if they also draft Dylan Thieneman and he lives up to the hype that he's kind of created for himself.
Their defense has been horrendous.
And then you got Max Crosby, you got Kenny Clark. Like, we already know the offense is there. Dak is a good quarterback.
Yes.
They just signed their running back. You've got CeeDee Lamb. Like,
didn't they trade for who's the other? They traded for Quinnen Williams too, didn't they?
Oh, touche.
So you got Quinnen Williams. So you've turned it. I mean, so I guess it's not a 1-for-1 trade because some of the picks I think were
Quinnen is the bigger one there.
He's the bigger one.
Yeah.
So, but it would. Yeah. Max Crosby getting a lot of chatter.
Are we ready for the Cowboys to win a Super Bowl?
Oh, that would really suck. Be great for the villain arc story, though. It'd be great to be able to hate them for actual reasons instead of
their fans acting like they're something that they're not.
Yes, and a level of media attention that they don't deserve because they haven't been to a conference championship game in this century.
The thing about the Cowboys winning, because you grow up and you have rivalries, right? And the Cowboys are certainly a rival in my mind. It's more to me at this point of my life, I more don't want their fans to have the thing to say than it is even the team anymore.
Yes.
Don't really care.
Jerry, whatever,
You're
dude.
in Dallas. You make the most money. Good for you finally winning a Super Bowl and doing something smart. It's more the fans that are in and around my life of like, they would never shut up.
They would never stop.
They would never shut up if they won that.
No, they would not. I also just would love it from the entertaining standpoint of Swigard would try and claim that he wouldn't root for them when you know deep down that he would be incredibly conflicted. Like, let's say next year the Chargers disappoint again, which people probably predict, right? They fall short. We make excuses for Herbert like I will always do, and they don't go, they lose in the playoffs right away.
Right.
And here comes Dallas as this juggernaut. They get Max Crosby, Dylan Thieneman's Defensive Rookie of the Year. They win the NFC. You cannot tell me a part of him's not rooting for them in the Super Bowl.
The MVP.
It is incredibly conflicted watching them win a championship. And then does he become? He's back. You have to be back.
He will lie publicly.
Yes.
Like he's lied about that he watched Game 7 of the World Series, and I'm telling you he didn't. You know how I know he didn't watch that Game 7, Andrew? He not only admitted that he was at a Timbers game, a game, by the way, he tries to defend even though his own friends who invited to him left early.
Yeah, they did.
Which is a whole controversy in itself.
Right.
He didn't talk about any specifics of that game on his quote-unquote rewatch.
No, we asked him who hit the home run because we forgot the name off the top of our head. And if you're a Dodger fan, that's a name that you will never forget. He hit a home run to tie the World Series in Game 7.
I'll totally forgive you for blanking on air on names at big spots. I do that from time to time. He didn't talk about any one point of that game after claiming to have rewatched it. I'm telling you, he saw the score, the result.
Hey, we won.
Said that was a great one.
That's pretty
Look
cool.
at us, we've repeated.
Hey, all right.
So he's in a whole weird thing where he watches. His soccer team might get relegated, by the way, for the first time in 100 years. Tottenham is like on
What
the
happened to the
brink.
hot Spurs? What's going on with
The
Spurs?
hot Spurs are cold spurring right now.
They got cold Spurs on right now?
And as a guy who's become a new EPL fan, he's not even acknowledging his soccer team.
I saw a tweet from Domino's UK this morning that said they have delivered almost 90 million pizzas since the Spurs last win.
Oh, wow.
That's
a low
So
blow.
Domino's UK just
it's not a big
roasting
story
it,
for our
too.
radio. They've like 100 years. This team does not get relegated. They are
Just falling
dropping.
on their face, yeah.
And he's not brought him up one time.
No.
I think he watches sports, but he's not a sports fan.
That's an interesting theory, and I think you
Like, he
certainly
likes
have
sports.
legs to. He loves sports,
But he's not.
Yeah, his fandoms aren't passionate.
They ain't popping, man.
No.
I think his multi-jobs has finally caught up to him.
Yeah, you follow everything, but you can't invest enough time. You know, to be honest with you, if I were to guess his most passionate fandom right now,
It's the Pilots.
Yes, I would also add the Kraken randomly have become his most passionate fandom. He will randomly launch off on like Kraken takes, and I just want to be like, dude, I don't.
He texted us
care.
some Kraken stuff, and I didn't even know who
Capo
it was.
Caco scored a Bill Gold the other night, and he's like sending all caps texts. It's
I had
like,
to Google what Caco was. I was like, what is a Caco?
What is that?
It's a player.
Oh, thank you.
It's like Caco.
It's not.
He just texts unsolicited. Caco. I was like, what?
Can we calm
Shows how much I know.
Let's calm down a little bit.
What?
Calm down.
How do you say his name?
That's what she said.
Caco? How do you say his name?
Caco.
Capo
Capo.
Caco.
Oh, well,
Caco.
it's spelled like it's
Yes.
Caco.
No, he just used the last name. You're just putting two of them in there.
Oh.
You're doing the last name twice.
I'm doing the Star
They've named him
Lele thing.
Lutalele.
I had that problem too back in the day. Victor Oladipo.
Are we excited for the World Baseball Classic?
I am.
Are you?
I'm a baseball diehard.
Baseball
so,
guy?
I mean,
Let me
I've been
ask you
looking
this.
forward
Can
to
I
it.
ask you this question?
Sure.
Cal Raleigh, catcher of the United States.
Love it.
You love that he's catching all these extra innings?
I don't care.
You don't care. Doesn't
the
matter to you?
Mariners will.
If they run out of gas in August and his batting average is $196, will you point back and say, man, World Baseball Classic, maybe he shouldn't have caught all those innings?
Good question.
Because I think he's going to be there. He's like catching every game for him, right?
Yeah, quite possibly. I would see them. I think they brought in a couple of backups this year. The Mariners did because of this. Cal, they knew that he was going to be
So
there.
just have him DH?
Yeah, I don't think it come August. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be much of a difference besides 5 or 6 games more at a DH per month than at a catcher. However,
that's fair.
Coming off of a platinum glove, and then should have gotten a gold glove last year. Like I am concerned. He was that was
Should have been
ridiculous.
MVP too. Let's not get into that.
No,
again. That's
let's
gonna
not get
piss
into
me
that.
off.
No, but
God, that's right. I forgot he didn't win the MVP.
I mean, it's an all-time robbery in sports MVP history.
60 home runs should be the marker.
If he's
period. Point
if judging
blank.
him switch jerseys, he's the MVP.
It's not even a debate.
Not even. Well, and every person
come on.
every person I think besides Sammy Sosa that's hit 60 home runs, and I think actually I might be wrong on that one. If it's 60, you get in, but that we're getting outside the point. I think Cal, it's not going to be too much of a difference. Just don't get his defense off the field in September in those big games. I think that's going to be the key indicator. But dog days of August, we're probably going to see him.
Go win the whole damn thing.
That's
Well,
right.
they're playing Brazil tonight. It all begins.
Is Brazil good?
No.
No, sure. No.
You guys are the baseball.
No,
World
it's
Baseball.
I'm not even going to pretend to know about World
Mexico,
Baseball Classic
Central
teams.
American countries.
I know the Dominican Republic
US,
is good, and I know
Japan.
Japan is good.
Yeah, that's about it.
That's all I got.
We know you want a baseball team in the Dominican Republic.
That's all I got.
Korea's kind of good.
My guy's pitching tonight. Logan Webb's going.
Is it his only start for the whole thing?
It better be. Shut his ass down.
Well, some of these guys are just coming out like, I'm only playing once, and this
Now,
is it.
to be fair, because I think that's been criticized, I think the way the schedule works, like there's a rapid succession of games.
I'm not mad about them
No,
saying
I
it.
know.
It
I
just kills the buzz for it.
I know some people have been like, really? You're only throwing. I've seen that take on social media a couple of times. I think part of it is because they're playing like 3 games, and it's a quick turnaround.
Yeah.
So you're not starting guys on normal rest, if that makes sense. Like you're going rapidly through your pool play where you're playing every day.
It's less than 24 hours for teams in some cases between games.
Between
which is
games,
very
right. So you're
odd.
right out the next day, and so you got to get through this stuff pretty quickly so we get ready for the start of the actual baseball season. That begins tonight. It is at 5 o'clock on Fox for those who are interested in watching. They play Brazil. Logan Webb is on the mound for Team USA. And we'll see how far they go. Shohei playing in the middle of the night last night, hit a grand salami. So the World Baseball Classic is back in our lives. Would be fun. I will say at least one guy I'm excited to finally root for because he's been my enemy for a very long time. Clayton Kershaw, who's not pitching in the bigs
He's
anymore.
a reliever, isn't
He's
he?
retired. He's like, dude, I'll come hang out, be a reliever. I'd blow out my armors, no big deal here, man. I'll throw you 80 innings if I need to. I'm not pitching for anybody this season.
I'll take Tommy John on.
Dude, bring it on. So Kershaw pitch, that's kind of a cool culmination of his career. So that's a fun storyline if you're looking for one to follow. The Blazers are back in action tonight. Scoot, poke him with a stick. Do something. Is he going to do something? They're in Houston. We'll get to that next. But first, here's us with a update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
All right, first on the Fan, some international sports news. Cricket, a massive sport outside of the United States, and I thought this was pretty cool today. Hope I'm saying this correctly. Smriti Mandana has become the first cricketer ever to be immortalized with a one-of-a-kind Barbie doll ahead of International Women's Day. So she's like the team captain for India's cricket team and is probably their most lauded player right now on the women's side. She'd get her own Barbie. I think that's really cool.
I'd love to be a Ken doll. That'd be badass.
Right?
There's a new Pixar movie coming out today. It's called Hoppers. And it's basically, they have technology in this movie where scientists can put a cap on their brain and it puts them into the consciousness of another animal so they can see what it's like to be an animal, see the environment. People are wondering, is this technology actually possible? And while some scientists are saying at National Geographic, not yet, they actually believe it's really close. There may be a situation arising where you have a machine where you can literally communicate with your dog.
God, that would be so cool.
Isn't that nuts?
That's a positive trend of technology.
That's the AI I want.
Give me that AI. I want to shout them out because they got a big weekend coming, and I'm rocking the gear today. The Winterhawks, there's only 10 games left in the WHL season. And I know you're up to date on the WHL standings, but let me tell the people who are not up to date on the WHL standings, they are currently holding on to the 7th spot in the Western Conference. Very tight race. They've been to the playoffs for 15 straight years, so need some dubs. We're taking on Everett tonight in Everett, and then tomorrow night at home, if you're looking to go grab tickets, they are announcing the 10 greatest Winterhawks in the history of the franchise. And that will be tomorrow night. Big ceremony. It's damn near a sellout. So go get your tickets, support your local hockey team, and go Hawks, get some wins this weekend.
Nito Ryder better be on that list for the Winterhawks. Top 10. I know a little bit. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Schulte from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Heard missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Recruiting with Andrew Nemec, Thursday
And we never let it die around here. It'll always be Sprague in the Line season. Not gambling. I just like hearing the music. Did you put one in today?
Yeah, I bet on the Cavs futures to win the East.
Ooh.
I feel so weird doing that.
What are the odds on that?
They're actually second in the East when I laid the bet.
Are they?
I should have laid it as soon as they traded for Harden, but I'm so opposed to James Harden that I can't believe I've convinced myself to then bet on James Harden.
I don't know enough about the teams that they've beaten since getting him. Has it been like a good schedule? Or I know they played the Pistons twice.
They just beat the Pistons the other day, and they almost beat him in overtime without Harden and Mitchell.
Neither of them played. I saw that game, and I saw the second one. Outside of that, has it been like a tough schedule, or are we dealing with a lot of like Wizards and Kings?
They beat the Knicks.
Okay, yeah, it's a good win.
Beat the Knicks by 15. Barely lost to the Thunder at Oklahoma City. They beat the Red Hot Hornets. You want to talk about teams to beat right now?
Yes, 7 in a row or whatever it is.
And then I think the Nuggets are in there as well.
Okay, so it hasn't been just a cakewalk schedule. They've been actually tested and challenged a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, seeing Harden come full circle and win one, I'm trying to think of the equivalent of, like, who would that be in the NFL? Because he's been we all know where he is in the pantheon of NBA players. I mean, Herbert might be a little bit of this. Like, who's the quarterback most known for not playing big in the big moments right now?
Well, it depends how their career goes, but I think Lamar has a little bit
Lamar's a great one, yeah.
But Harden's is different in the way of, like, I don't know. Lamar doesn't have the greatest playoff numbers, but it's not like also the biggest of sample sizes, whereas Harden's, we're spanning...
It's a tough comp because it's 7-game series, and it's so many more games and so many more chances.
You think at the end of Philly, no-showed Game 7 after playing pretty well in that series.
Yeah, the Houston game against
the Houston series. I mean... Oklahoma City, he no-showed that finals, and I know he was young then, but, like, it goes all the way to that point.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Lamar is the right comp. You probably have to go an older quarterback.
Lamar's a pretty good one, though. Like, that's kind of this talking point around him. Oh, yeah, good quarterback, win MVP, can't win a playoff game.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people with that opinion if they get to the playoffs next year.
Well, speaking of Sprague in the Line, do we want any action tonight on your Portland Trailblazers? They are in Houston tonight, taking on the Rockets on a second of a back-to-back. Houston, that is, second of a back-to-back.
I want nothing to do with that.
I threw him in a parlay, actually.
The Blazers or the Rockets?
The Blazers.
At +6.5?
+6.5. It's actually down to +6, so I think some people are betting.
Really? What's the theory on betting because I believe I've read Avdi is officially out.
Avdi is out. Who cares who else is out? But, like, the point is, Shaden's been out.
I mean, if Drew's out, why would you bet?
Well, I don't think Drew's out.
I'm just saying, you said who cares who's out. If Drew is out or Jeremy's out, I care.
Well, I get
they don't
it.
Have a chance.
I guess I'm saying who cares because those are the ancillary pieces. I
Gotcha.
expect when Denny's out, they really want Drew to play. And when he shoots, they actually win. So I'm kind of banking on them having a decent shooting performance
tonight.
By
the way, keep an eye on this. It's not that they haven't announced anything. I believe missing tonight would officially end his ability. Can you look this up?
I will pull it up.
His ability to be eligible for the All-NBA.
So they have how many games left? Do we know? What's their record? Can you do that math for me, Schulte? How many official games do they have left in the season?
30 wins, and as I get the...
They're 30 and 33.
So
you have 19 games to go.
19 games left, and you have to play a minimum of 65.
He is at 48 right now. So he would have to play. So it wouldn't officially eliminate him. He would have to play 17 of 18 games.
Yep. So it's close. One more after this.
The rest of the way. He can miss one more game after tonight, essentially.
Well, he's already listed as doubtful for tonight anyways.
Yeah. He's not officially out.
Oh, not officially out. Okay, just doubtful. Okay.
But listing him as doubtful to me is you're telling us.
You know, it's just a weird spot. I know we've talked about this in roundabout ways, and the segment's kind of the same. Look, Scoot, I think we've all come to a conclusion on that, and just hoping to be proven wrong. Because it's just, not been pretty, and especially the stretch.
Because I don't think I think the org is more in our opinion than it is him playing good for 10 games.
Yeah, what are the numbers for the last 18 games that he can put up that make you, nobody's going to change their mind because it's an 18-game sample size, that make you go,
I mean, they'd have to be pretty crazy.
38% from three-point land, please, consistently.
Yeah,
that would
like
make
above
me go,
35%.
Oh my God, we've got something.
20-7, shooting 35% from three.
To kind of counter your point, not that you're, I guess, wrong. That's not going to be enough of a sample size for people's opinions.
No, it's not going. Nothing will change in the last 18 games. I'm just saying, is there anything that he can do in the last 18 games that makes you at least pause before you say this guy doesn't have it?
Well, you can already have that opinion, and I wouldn't blame you, but no, because I think the organization's out.
You all remember my comparison, right? I just want to recall this.
No, I don't remember your comp. Who was your comp?
I remember Sprague said, you are either a genius or you're either really stupid for making this point. I compared him to, I think it was 97 4th overall pick Antonio Daniels. And he has the exact same body
type. I would
type.
say right now Antonio Daniels is going to have had a better career than Scoot might have.
Great broadcaster, too.
Absolutely.
Antonio Daniels was a good role player.
He really was, and he knew
how to get... Scoot still can be that later in his career.
But all I'm saying is right now, that's not trending well.
Can we say that was probably a better comparison than him being the best overall player in a draft in a year without Wemby? Because that's what we heard about Scoot.
Yeah.
I'm going to toot my own horn on this one. I'm wrong about a lot, but it was very obvious very quickly this is what we got. And now you're saying it's not even Antonio Daniels. Good Lord.
It's still early. I'm just saying Antonio Daniels had not a bad career.
Yeah, it's not been great. It's pretty depressing. They play in Houston tonight, and
I just don't think anything is gonna.
No, I mean I don't think anything
game
will
for his confidence, but I don't think anything changes the opinion how people are going to walk into the offseason with. And again, this is just my opinion. I think the organization has kind of told you what they think.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll have to wait and see on that one. But no, Denny, it's a bummer, and I'd hate to see him miss out on All-NBA, but I think at this point he's not going to get voted on it anyway. His second half has been a disaster because of injury.
He hasn't played.
That's what I'm saying.
He's not even available. You're not
terrible.
in the news.
He hasn't been able to play.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for him. So let's just play it out. That say he doesn't. He's not in the lineup tonight, which doubtful. So decent chance that happens. The math then tells you 17 out of 18 games the rest of the way. What are they going to do with? Is that just once you hit the game mark, you just shut it down completely?
They might value the play-in, so he may still come back and just say, you didn't make it, so
certainly,
that's all right. But
I think, though, the point that we've all made, too, and I think they have to know internally, they're not going to say this publicly. They know they're going to be in the play-in. No matter who plays or doesn't play.
That's done.
You just beat Memphis. You're 6 games up. You got 18 games to go in the regular season, or 19, whatever it is. You're not – that's not going to happen. So you don't need him to make the play-in. You could completely back your way in significantly below 500 and still be a play-in team. It's interesting to think back, too. Their preseason over-under, I think, was either 34.5 or 35.5. If it was over 34.5, if it was 34.5, they're probably going to hit the over. 35.5 will become an interesting over. I think they'll still get there. But if they lose tonight, you'd have 18 games to go. You'd have 6-12 the rest of the way to hit the over.
We looked at their schedule. They got Jazz on there. The Pacers are coming to town. And then when they play at home, they're different. Right?
Yes,
the Hornets could come here and thump them. They could also wouldn't be shocked. What the hell? The Blazers won last night by 2?
Yeah.
So when they play at home against bad teams, that's where they'll really kind of eat up some of the wins. I still think they'll hit that over 35.5, but you're going to be a lot closer, I think, in the win department than me.
Then what did it look like maybe when you were,
Although if they get to 39.
Remember when they were above 500, 23 and 22?
Yeah, we noted that was their first time in 2 years.
They were above 500. We had that
3
moment.
years. I can't remember at this point.
It is the final game. I forgot about the Chicago game on the road trip. So this is the last one of the roadie. They opened in Chicago with that win when nobody wanted to win, but they did win, and then lost the 2 games to Charlotte and Atlanta, and then beat Memphis. And so final stop of the road trip, 5 o'clock tonight in Houston. I don't like their chances tonight, but to Schultz's point, I mean, they could be a weird team, and you get Drew and Jeremy that have a good game. Robert Williams was outstanding in Memphis the other night, so maybe those 3 guys are enough to carry you to a win.
Mm-hmm.
Scoot, please do something. Make a shot. That would be desirable, and we'll see what the Blazers do tonight. They are back in action on Sunday. By the way, they're back at home Sunday against Indiana, so talk about easy schedule. That's a win for you at home against Indiana on Sunday. Let's wrap it up on a Friday. Close up for the week next on The Fan.
It's time.
There you go. Fist pumping your way into the weekend every single Friday. A couple things on the old radar. By the way, sounds like the Colts and Kyler Murray have some interest for a little NFL tidbit as we go into the weekend.
What does that mean?
Didn't they just franchise tag Danny Jones?
They transitional tagged him.
Thank you.
But who's he going to get a deal from?
I don't know. It just gives them the ability to match any offer that is made his direction. And if they get Kyler Murray, then I'd imagine they'd let him walk. But I don't know. I get it from Kyler's side. They just had this fun start to their year. Look how good their offense was early in the season. Like, I get it from them. For the Colts, yeah, it depends on what you think of Daniel Jones. And can he be back to the quarterback he was for that 8-9 game stretch prior to the injuries? If you think so, it's interesting. I just saw that come across the wire. The Belligerent Breevers have gotten a lot of attention, and the latest bit at your program is the conversations between Gary Payton and the athletic department to be the next head coach. It is not going to happen. Gary Payton will not be the next basketball coach at Oregon State. Breaking news.
I probably could have told you that without it. I saw their thread about the phone call, and look, I'll say this. There is a way that you need to have that phone call that is productive and encouraging from the Oregon State side. I am also seeing the diest of diehards who already don't like the AD, and they shouldn't. He's terrible. I mean, breaking news, more at 11. He shouldn't be the athletic director. He's one of the worst in the country. Just handing that to a name because it's the name, do we want to win? Do we know that guy's going to win? Because I'm seeing people comment to Steve Kerr, and I'm like, well, Steve Kerr stepped in with Steph Curry. Who is the Steph Curry for Oregon State? I mean, it could be Josiah Lake. I mean, I don't know. But
could be. Maybe he's your next Steph Curry.
There's a way to have him involved, maybe a conversation you can have that's in-depth, maybe not dismiss all the ideas and options. I certainly agree with that. The idea that it should have just been handed to him because he coached the Big Three once is like...
It's the Boston Ballers to you, okay?
Right. You can't bring him in, though, as like a defensive assistant or something?
Well, so Barnes reportedly on the phone call, him and his representation, Aaron Goodwin, asked about being an assistant. Said he just wants to be involved.
He wants to be on the staff.
And Barnes was like, I'm not going to make my next hire have an assistant from me. To which I would say, in some ways, I know Oregon State is not a Kentucky, a Duke. Those coaches should be allotted to pick the staff that they want if they're the coach.
Yeah.
I don't want Barnes making this hire. I've already made that abundantly clear. And I do think there was a way you could have had that conversation with Gary Payton to maybe figure that out with your next hire, because according to this report, he also knows who he's going to hire in the next week, which, interesting.
I thought we had a firm. And what's the firm doing? If he already knows what he's...
We'll have to wait to see what the firm's doing 10-1.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Are they making the hire for Oregon State?
I don't know at this
Is
point.
that the firm that Scott Barnes...
Be something?
You think Danny Marang would say no to a fat check from
he
Scott
hired
Barnes to
the
give
firm
college basketball?
to be his firm? Our firm is their firm?
Maybe it's their firm.
Are we breaking news right now?
I mean, I don't think I'm off base here. Gary
No, I
Payton
don't
doesn't
think
have an experience coaching college basketball, and you could say, well, he built the program and this, and that, and you're not wrong, but...
And I would say, too, nothing's going to change if their financial input into the program doesn't change. I don't care who you hire as head coach.
If they're 7th out of 8th in NIL,
you're not doing anything.
So you want Gary Payton to come in and fail so you can hate Gary Payton for 2 years when the guy who's making the hire shouldn't be making the hire?
Then you're gonna have to bully 2 different alumni out, because you got to bully Trent Bray out. He's not going to Washington State, and then you're gonna have to bully Gary Payton out.
I did see a point from the Gary Payton camp side of this, and I'm not sure I totally agree with this, but there has been an example, actually multiple, that they cited of head coaches that had no experience after their playing days just being put into a role. It's not out of the
I'm not
realm.
mad at him having a role.
No. I'm not saying that, and nor should you be, but what I'm asking is, why is somebody just tossed right out of contention without having any coaching experience when other guys are put in without coaching experience? And what is disqualifying Gary Payton as opposed to a Derek Fisher in the NBA? That didn't work out, but many examples. And I just
JJ Redick's coaching Lakers right now. He's working at
Exactly.
ESPN.
I don't understand why it's just
never
such
coached
a
outside
hard...
his kid.
No.
Never coached.
Steve Kerr never coached a damn game. There's success stories and there's failures. So to outright say, hey, Gary, you haven't done this, I think that's a little short-sighted.
Here's my other thing. I'm not mad if Gary Payton has a role. Let me just say that clear. Having him involved would be awesome.
Yes.
What's your college example of this? Because you gave me NBA ones.
That's fair. No, that's
Jerry
a great
Stackhouse.
How'd that go?
Not good. I don't know what
Juwan
the answer
Howard
is.
was an assistant. Then
he became the head coach of
flamed
Michigan.
out and fired him.
Yeah. They
Is
fired their
Penny
own
still
fat five.
coaching?
Yeah.
Penny's still coaching Memphis?
You don't think about Memphis?
No, I haven't thought about
I mean,
it. I
one
don't
guy
watch
that
college
actually
basketball.
started at the assistant ranks and worked his way up legitimately, Damon Stoudemire.
I was going to say, he's been
He
doing
did.
great,
And he's
yeah.
had the worst season in the ACC.
That's also not going
this-
I'm
very
not saying
well.
former players can't coach.
Yeah.
I'm just my
I
point
see your
is
point.
like
I see your argument.
it's hard to pick a college comp than it is the NBA. It can work because Jimmy's and Joe's. You need the stars. You got the stars, you can win.
Seems like this is a bit of a story that is becoming a bigger deal because of who the AD is.
Scott
And any
Barnes sucks.
chance you get to pile
Yes.
on him, you will take advantage
Well,
of.
if the phone call happened how they're saying, he handled it piss poor.
Yes. Breaking news. He's an idiot.
You should want Gary Payton involved.
Somehow, some way.
Have a conversation with meaning and depth. Don't just dismiss, tell him he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
That's the history of Oregon State basketball.
Should have told him, you know what's more important, Gary? Name on the front of the jersey. Don't you forget that.
I mean, that's how he's running everything.
That'll do it for us. If you missed any of the show today, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com, at 1051thefan on Twitter, at Dirt and Sprague on Twitter. Thank you so much for being a part of our Friday. Thanks everybody for watching on YouTube. We're live every morning on YouTube. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. We're knocking on the door, 8,000 subscribers, so go push us over the top. We appreciate all you being a part of our week. Have a great weekend, everybody. Hope all your teams win. We'll talk to you Monday at 6 a.m. The Firm of Harrison Meringue is next. Listen to 1051 FM The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Miami of Ohio is all the talk of college basketball. Unblemished on the season, the Redhawks have one more regular season test at Ohio.